And I want to believe that all of you that have registered, submitted papers for presentation, you had that schedule of activity. You are going to strictly follow that immediately after the lead paper presentation is over. Once again, I welcome all of us to this program this morning. We will start this morning session by honoring our nation by having the national anthem.
Arise, O compatriots, Nigeria's call obey, to serve our fatherland with love and strength and faith. The labor of our heroes past shall never be in vain. To serve with heart and might, one nation bound in freedom, peace and unity.
Without wasting much time, we want to read the citation of our lead paper presenter this morning. That is Dr. Yesna. And the person to do that for us quickly is no other person than one of our council member, Dr. Mrs. Seke Acha. Please, can you come forward to have the citation of this beautiful and jazz scholar? You're very big up our progress.
Greetings, great PSSN members. Permit me to start on the existing protocol as I present an erudite scholar by excellence, Dr. Silva. Yesna Krishna Premura Silva is a well-rounded academic that holds a PhD in a global health from University College London, United Kingdom. In addition, she possesses a postgraduate diploma in public policy, postgraduate diploma in biostatistics, and masters of public health. To mention but a few, she was among the 13th best out of 101 registered nursing honor in 2011. Dr. Silva is a woman of many sides, and she's, apart from being fluent in 3 languages, Spanish, English, and Portuguese, she's also conversant with many statistical packages, among which are R and Starter. Her diverse works and academic experience include co-leader of Working Group 1, Climate Change in Impacts, Exposures, and Vulnerability in United Kingdom, South America, 2001 till date. Doctoral researcher and postgraduate teaching assistant in University College London, United Kingdom, in 2018 till date. She's a supervisor and has successfully reviewed more than 15 papers since 2017 till date. She's also a part-time lecturer in Public Policy Center, University of Católica de Chile, 2001. He's also a part-time lecturer in Public Health, Universidad de Chile, 2018 till date. She's also a visiting professor in nursing school, Universidad de Lo Anda, Chile, 2018 till date. She's also a visiting professor in McMaster University, Canada, 2018. She became assistant professor at nursing school, Universidad de Luz Andes, Chile, 2018, with over 25 publications and conference presentations to her credit. In recognition of her contribution and academic dexterity, she has been conferred with the following awards, grants, and recognitions. July 2001, Fellow of Higher Education Academy. July 2001 also, Research Award given to her, Sigma Phi Mu Chapter UK. Also in July 2017, he gained award in Education, Teaching Innovation Center in the Universidad de Luz Andes, Chile. She also received in 2016 a research award under the Foundation by Metrica Chile. She's also working with the Let's Countdown, South America, and the Chilean Society of Pulmonary Health. So let us now welcome the astute scholar, erudite academic, and eloquent teacher, Yesna Krishna Limero Sylvia, as she presents her paper titled How Statistics Can Inform Climate and Health Public Policy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So Yesna, you can share your screen.
Yes. Can you see it now?
Yeah, we can see. Yeah.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Okay, great. Well, first of all, thank you very much for your introduction, for this opportunity to present this part of my work with you today. So today I'm going to talk about how kind of statistics inform climate change, and there's a section between climate and health public policy. This presentation was made along with Richard Chandler, who is a professor in statistics at UCL as well. So just a very brief motivation. Well, my background, and thank you very much for the introduction. My background is in nursing specifically and public health, but I was always interested in population health, actually, because after caring for patients with cardiovascular problems, then I realized that there are many common triggering factors for all these diseases, actually. And most of them were associated with lifestyles and also environmental factors. And within these environmental factors, we have some climatic variables, so temperature, humidity, some droughts, floods, etc. And sometimes in some countries, all these climatic variables are not taken into account in different health strategies or policies or public health policies. So the idea for today is to talk about how can we relate and how we can combine all this information to inform and to better inform public policy. So I'm going to present a very brief context of health and statistics, then statistics for sustainable development, because it's actually the theme and the topic of your conference today, and a little bit of my PhD work as well. So as we all know, COVID, of course, has demonstrated several challenges in terms of social, economic, political, and health problems and health challenges, of course. And it has exposed some weaknesses in our systems and in different systems also, and the health systems, social systems, etc. And how we responded to COVID also demonstrated our lack of preparation sometimes. And of course, when COVID arrived, then we didn't know what to do or how to present data, because data was very scarce, it has not a temporal completeness, etc. So there was a boom of data analysis, and probably you saw many of them. And there was a problem between demand and capacity. So policymakers demanded a lot of information, a lot of temporal series, etc. But sometimes the capacity to collect data, to analyze data, was not very good. So we had some problems with the analysis, and that actually led to some quality issues in the data. And the problem with these quality issues is that data, and probably you know all of this, right? So data lead to a trigger or support actually some insights, and we can get some insights from data analysis. And all this data analysis and insights, of course, guide some actions and policies. Well, the problem is that when we have some issues with data, and probably these issues will get to the policies, and sometimes we can get some bad policies and some bad adaptations to the problems. So there is a need of good data, prompt and accurate analysis. And one just very brief example of good visualization, of good analysis, was this one, for example. This was done by the Winton Center for Risk and Evidence Communication at the University of Cambridge. So you can see under, of course, the direction of Professor David Spiegelhalter, and probably you've heard of him. And this kind of interactive panel was produced, where you can see the plot type that, of course, that you wanted can be and can be changed, of course. Then the area that you want to analyze, the data that you want to get, the date, and the stop commence and the stop with commencing. So you can get some very clear and very simple visualization, but actually this visualization could form some very important data and information about the COVID situation in different part of the country as well. So this was good example, but of course, and probably you've seen many not very good examples as well. And some ideas about how to present, how to analyze, and how to communicate evidence apply to other areas and global challenges, not just COVID, right? And some statistics can apply, of course, to different fields, to different areas, and they play, and statistics play a key role in informing public policy. And one example actually is the Sustainable Development Goals. And when you just look at them and go through the targets, the different objectives, targets, indicators, it looks like statistical thinking is not involved. But actually, if you just look at the details, statistics is in every single goal, in every single target, from the design to evaluation of these goals. And the statistics can play a key role here because it could strengthen the science policy interface. And of course, the statistics play a key role in communication and knowledge generation as well, using different goals and different indicators as well. And I want to just to share with you two examples about how statistics is related to Sustainable Development Goals. And I just selected the global, the Objective 3 and Objective 13. And if we just look at some problems with Objective 3, we can see that there is a problem with data and registrations. And sometimes when we have some registration systems with problems or incomplete registration systems, then of course we will have a lot of problems after this point, right? We will not get enough information because basically data is actually, although this registration system is actually incomplete. And when we just look at the 13 objective, then it is recommended the creation of national climate adaptation plans at different levels. And of course, different areas as well, like food security and production, terrestrial and wetland ecosystems, freshwater resources, etc. Now, the problem is, if we don't have good systems, good registration systems, good data analysis, probably these adaptation plans will not be good enough because they will be based on a very weak data system, right? So we need, and this actually demonstrates the need of getting some very good registration, statistical thinking from the very beginning. And I like to just to show you this these common challenges between Chile and Nigeria, because I'm from Chile actually, between Chile and Nigeria. So when we look at the adaptation plan for Chile, it's a very good plan, of course, but actually sometimes we don't have enough evidence or data to support some claims, to support some statements, and to support some policies. And that could be a problem, because if we don't base the decisions on data, then that decision could be sometimes a little bit misleading. And from the Lancet Nigeria Commission, I don't know if you're familiar with it, but it was published some months ago, I think. It is a very good paper that actually started with the idea of improving health and improving health systems. And one recommendation was improvement of data systems and quality. And of course, because if we have good data systems and these systems are good, provide actually good information, then we can get better estimations of disease burdens. And these estimations and knowing how much people is ill, for example, or how much people is suffering some specific diseases, then we can inform policymaking, and we can guide and we can provide better information for better public policies. And of course, we need to, and another recommendation was to improve data availability, data access, and the use of this data for national planning as well. And the final recommendation, well, there were many recommendations, but in terms of improvement of data, the final recommendation was related to the improvement of health and demographic surveillance systems sites. So you have many sites about this, but they should be improved to for better coverage, for better actually spatial and temporal coverage. So we have a lot of challenges, and we have a lot of work to do, actually. And when we look at the intersection between climate change and health, actually, we have some challenges in every step of this analysis. So for example, when we analyze health data, we need to be aware of some definitions, of some standardization of definitions, because this would allow us to get information or get data that could be compared between different regions or different periods of time, etc. But another question is, well, if we standardize everything, to what extent we can standardize to get some global data, global information, but also some regional data? And when we standardize everything, sometimes we lose some details, some regional details that actually are very important for policy, for local policy making. And also we have the problem and the challenge of completeness, actually temporal and spatial. So sometimes we have some gaps, some missingness within some data sets, and we need to be just very aware of this problem and why we're getting that. When we just look at the climate data, we also have some challenges, and again, some definitions. Some definitions are not standard, and we have different understandings of, for example, temperature extremes, or what is a heat wave in Nigeria, in Chile, in the UK, in Australia, etc. So if we have different definitions, then the problem is how actually we can compare all of this information. Then There are some problems inherent to observations and models. All of them are proxies sometimes. All models are wrong, but some of them are useful, probably you know, and we need to acknowledge all that limitations as well. And of course, there are many uncertainties when we analyze climatic data. And finally, when we just look at the link between health and climate data, we have other problems and other challenges as well. So we need to understand the models, which model we can use to model health data according to climatic data. Not all of them are good. Some have some limitations, of course, but some of them are quite good, quite easy to use. So probably they could be a very good friend. Then there is a problem with attribution. Not all extreme temperature or extreme weather events are attributed to climate change. Then therefore not all health impacts are attributed to climate change. So we need to think about attribution and which event could be attributed to climate change and which not. Because all this information could inform the public and will inform the public and policymakers. So we need to analyze the data, process the data, and then communicate the data in order to be first well understood and just to communicate in between different worlds, because sometimes the scientific world is a little bit different from the policymaking world. And we need to find the words, the correct words to convey the correct information. So with all this in mind, with the importance of health, the link between climate change or climate and health, I've been developing this project or this work, which is focusing on Chile. And you see here just this is Chile, which is a very funny country because it's a very long and narrow country. So we have very different climates from the north to the south, but also we have the mountains on the east and then the ocean on the west. So we have a variety of different climate in the region. And of course, that influences, of course, all this population health. So my work has been focused on the estimation of health outcomes under two climatic scenarios, RCP26 and RCP85 in Chile by 2090. So just to simplify this presentation, I'm gonna just be focused on the methodological steps that I followed to get some estimates in terms of health outcomes. So just to start, I like to share with you some challenges and some lessons about data availability, for example. One of the first things that we need to be very, very aware of is which data you have. The completeness of the data, the recording of the data, etc. So if you're going to be working with health data, probably you need to look at the temporal and spatial coverage of the data. And of course, another important issue is the level of segregation. Sometimes we want to model some mortality data, for example, but we do not have enough disaggregation in terms of age, in terms of region, in terms of temporal disaggregation, monthly, daily, etc. And all of that could limit all the modeling, all the information or analysis that you want to get. The same with the climatic data. You have just to get some ideas about climatic data, you have some land-based monitors, or reanalysis data that could be used to get a very good coverage in terms of temporal coverage, but also spatial coverage. So you need to balance which source you have and which one you will use. Also, we need to be aware of projections, which projection of climate data is available to your area, to your region, and also some and different indices, and which index you will get to represent some climatic streams, some climate change indicators, etc. And of course, there are other data sets that can be used for the analysis, like population, socioeconomic, or other covariates, like, for example, air pollution. In my case, I was looking at some cardiovascular outcomes, and I know that air pollution is a very big and important factor that could influence cardiovascular death. Unfortunately, I did not have enough information to first cover the entire country, but also I had some limitation in terms of temporal coverage. So I didn't use air pollution in my analysis. And that's one limitation. And all this data was, of course, in different formats: Excel, CSV, NetCDF, etc. And you can, and fortunately, you can work with all these different formats in R, which is a free software, and you can manipulate all this data set in R. So that's actually the good news, right? And if we move to the health data, just I want to show, so for example, here, this is just a very simple time series plot of monthly death rate of all-cause mortality in Chile. So you can see the death per 100,000 people from 1990 to 2019, and you can see just a very general trend, the ups and downs, and also you can see some seasonality in here. But the problem is that this plot shows you just the crude and general rate of mortality, right? But what if you want to know more about some variations, for example, some differences between males and females, etc. And if you want to, for example, to know some cardiovascular causes of mortality, then probably you will need to identify the causes based on the international classification disease that actually you're looking, that you're interested. And this plot tells you nothing about some desegregation level, the region, age, gender, month, etc. But using another plot, for example, a heat map, could actually help you a lot, because here you can see, and this is again produced in R with a very simple piece of code. Here you can see a heat map that shows you the cardiovascular death rate per 10,000 people by region, by month, by year, for females and males, for the group of 65 to 69 years old in Chile. So in the y-axis, you can see the year from 1990 to 2019. Every box represents one region in Chile. And in the x-axis, you can see month. So you can see monthly rate, and you can, of course, appreciate something about seasonality here. And cardiovascular death rate, if it's more purple, then it's lower number. If it's yellow, then represent a higher mortality rate. So you can see here just a very general picture of what happens about cardiovascular death rate in Chile. And this particular age group for females on one hand, and for males on the other hand. So for example, if we just look at the metropolitan region, which is the most populated region in Chile, you can see that for males from 65 to 69 years old, you can see that in this area here of the box, death rate is a little bit higher in comparison to these two lateral bands, right? Well, that represents seasonality, which means that in winter, for example, from June to August approx, then you have more mortality. But also you can see if you go from the 1990 to 2019, you can see that there is a kind of a degradation in terms of the color. So probably we got more mortality or higher rates of mortality at the beginning of the period in comparison to the end of the period. But if you go to another region, for example, this one, Aysén, which is in the south of Chile, then you cannot see a very clear seasonality pattern. And also you've got some very yellow, right, squares here, which represent, well, in this month, in February, for example, there was a very high point of mortality rate. I don't know why. Probably we need to investigate a little bit more what happened in that date, what happened in that month, for example. So this kind of plot helps you to understand a little bit more details about your data. And of course, all this information guides the modeling stage in your models. If we move to the climatic data, well, this is a very simple data set. This is a spatial data set, a reanalysis data set that was downloaded from ERA 5, which actually it's a very good data set. And for example, this map here shows you the monthly maximum temperature of daily maximum temperature for February in 2019. So just downloading this information, which is free, actually, you can download this information for Nigeria, for example. You can see some different patterns of temperature in Chile, which is in the coast, for example, is a little bit higher. But if we go to the mountains here, you can see that temperature actually decreases. But the problem is, if I take, for example, the temperature, just the actual temperature, there is a problem because people tend to live in specific places in every country. Well, if we go to the second plot here, that shows you the distribution of the population in Chile. And you can just look at that in this area here, there are some little dots, right? That represent where population or the most of the population live, and which is the central area of Chile. So when I want to analyze data and climatic data, I need to take into account the temperature where people live, right? So in this case, probably I'm gonna get more weight to this area here, right? Because I know that more people live in that area. But I'm not gonna give more weight to this area, for example, here in the north, because if I go here to this map, I know that actually people are not exposed in those areas because nobody lives there, right? So that's another probably lesson that we need to be very aware of, that we need to take into account information or section of the countries where people live, because that represents population exposure. And if we just combine these two plots, for example, the population one and the climatic one, then what you can see is, or do, is to obtain some plots that represent the population weighted average over each region, of course, because region, it was the level of disaggregation that I was interested in. So for example, each box again represent each region in Chile, and the y-axis here represent the temperature, right? And the x-axis represent different period of Chile. Now here in gray, for example, you can see the population weighted average of TXX in Chile under the period, the observed period from 1990 to 2019. But I added actually some information, some projected information for different scenarios, RCP26 and RCP85. And using some this kind of plots, which are the violin ones, and again, quite easy to reproduce in R, then you can see that, wow, in Arica, which is in the very north, then we'll get an increase in temperature, right? For RCP26, RCP85, but RCP85 is actually increasing a lot more in comparison to RCP26, which makes sense actually based on the projection, the climatic projections. And all this information could help you to model health data, mortality or hospitalizations. And actually, if I go to the statistical modeling part, then I'll use all this temperature and population weighted average to model the health outcomes. And if you see the relationship between mortality and temperature in Chile, you can see that we have, for example, the lowest point here, which represents the minimum temperature for a given, the minimum mortality for a given temperature. If we go above this point, mortality increases. If we go below this temperature point, mortality increases as well. So there is a nonlinear relationship between this temperature data and health outcomes as well. And this information is quite important for the statistical part, because when you want to model, for example, death in this case, using some very simple models, for example, generalized linear model using the negative binomial family, then you can include every single variable to get some estimates about the relationship of health, in this case, death, and temperature indices, which is, for example, TNX, summer days, tropical nights, frozen days, etc. So you can just model this information just using this couple of very few couples of lines of code. And of course, you can just manage and change and decide which model could be more appropriate to your data. I started with some very basic NB negative binomial GLM, but after an analysis of residuals, for example, in this case, this plot shows you some analysis of residuals, I realized, oh, it looks like I'm not capturing very well part of the trend, for example. So I needed to change some models. And then I'm not going to use generalized linear models, but I'm going to use some general additive models, and particularly for very large data set. So if you want to speed up some analysis because your data set is quite large, then probably you can use, and you have some opportunities and some functions that you could use to model again death, including some smooth terms, for example, for time, to capture these trends. Also, you can include some smooth time to capture some seasonalities, when this seasonality is not particularly very clear, for example. And also you can include some temperatures and some interaction between terms. Well, if you just look and type, for example, one of these models, then you can get very important and very good estimates of the relationship between death and every single covariate that you included. Well, of course, if we go to the final part, to the estimates, what I got, and this is not published elsewhere, what I've got is actually temperature indices of climate change in the future they do not have much impact on mortality. There are some differences, of course, between different futures, the near future and the medium-term future, but mortality is not, at least in Chile, is not very different. But if we go to hospitalizations, of course, we have higher rates of hospitalizations in all scenarios, RCP26, RCP85, and all periods as well. And RCP85 have, of course, has a higher rate in terms of hospitalizations. And all these results have a very important impact on the Chilean policy, because if we have more hospitalization because temperature is going to increase or going to decrease in some part of the country, then probably we need to distribute some budget, or we need to organize some programs, some health programs to face all this problem and to be able to actually to respond to this higher number of hospitalizations. My data, and in this case, well, it's ecological data. So probably we need to just to consider that we have some limitations when we analyze ecological data. Cannot be, for example, possible to conclude some individual risks from this, but it gives you some ideas about population health, and public policy is based on population health mostly. This is the first perspective of this topic in Chile. So basically, for policymakers could be quite interesting to know, because they could have information that allow them to plan and to get some adaptation policies. That informs, of course, the public policy about the adaptation, and it opens the opportunity for next projects, for next evaluation. For example, some focuses on specific cities about, if you remember the heat map that I showed you, probably you will get some ideas about which city could be the most affected, for example, or it could be, or you can just have a look more in detail. And just to conclude all of this, statistics is a big part of the science policy interface. We cannot produce policies or public policies if they're not informed or better informed by statistics. Statistics should be there from the beginning of all this process, because actually the role of statistics strengthens the decision-making processes. It informs the policy interface. And then if you don't know how to process or to, I don't know, to particularly download some information, well, if you do this in R, this is a free software that actually allows you to manipulate data, produce some data. It's free, it's in continuous development, it is a global community. So probably if you have some doubts, some questions, then probably you can get more knowledge just looking at some, I don't know, some packages in R actually. And finally, social challenges, development challenges, sustainable development challenges, health challenges, public policy challenges are benefited from better statistics and better analysis. So that's all from my part, and thank you very much for your attention, and I'm happy to answer any question if you have any.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lisner, for this beautiful presentation. Without wasting much time, we will welcome just 2 questions from our participants, because we are already encouraging to the other programs, that is the private sessions. Do we have comments from the audience here? Any online comment? Comment from any comment here? This beautiful researcher has given us talks on the place of statistics in climate change and health issues. And you will agree with me that the presentation is loaded with a lot of resources and value addition in terms of statistical usage in climate change.
Let me ask that question.
Good morning, Yachana, and good morning to everyone. Thank you for that presentation. It was really informative, and it was a beautiful one. There's one very important question that will be in the mind of many is to know what serves as the motivation, the transformational motivation of transitioning from nursing to being a statistician. You know, I think it's a story. There are some underground stories about that. And it'd be nice to share that, maybe in just few paragraphs, so that we know what actually serves as your motivation. A lot of people are moving into the, you currently live in the UK. I believe most people would have loved to stay in nursing, okay? especially if you are interested in fund and making money, all right? Considering statistics as a profession, I think that's not a very common shift. So I'd like to know what actually serves as your motivation. Then secondly, you mentioned R. Yes, R is an open source software. It's very, very good. But have you found any limitation over the time in the use of your R? And what do you recommend as a way forward on some of these limitations? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much.
Sorry, Yashka,
Yeah.
I want to know whether there are other questions in-house so that you can take them together.
Okay.
Yes, and please, if you are online, you want to ask questions, you can. Okay, Dr. Chris is also okay. Professor Adepoju. Both should ask their question one after the other. Dr. Chris, please.
All right, thank you so much. That was a very wonderful presentation. I just want to ask, in your model, did you consider feedback, climate feedback, that's feedback of the, did you consider it? And then also, one more thing is that did you also consider changes in the climate, you know, like for example, during the winter, the day is shorter than the night. And during summer, the night is very, very short. I think around 6 hours instead of 12 hours.
Thank you very much. Professor Kase, your question, please. Quickly.
Yeah, I think I want to first give kudos to the presenter. You've really done a very, very great job by reaffirming the significance of having a good data system. In fact, I was going through a journal published by Imperial College London and Harvard Public School of Health. Without good data system, without mitigation, the COVID could have killed 40 million people in the whole world and infected 7 billion people. And you know what? You really you're making my day with what you've presented tonight. My only question is, I have heard about this and I want to confirm from you because I know you are very vast in public health. If there's no mitigation, like some people believe here in the United States, that if disease actually consume the whole population, so they argue that they will all develop immunity against disease when it consumes everyone. I want to hear your thoughts on that. Thank you so much.
Yes, now, can you respond to those questions quickly? We don't have much time again. After that, we'll dissolve into further sessions. A number of our scholars are already waiting. Thank you very much.
Hi.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. Thank you. So well, thank you very much for all the questions. Actually, they are very, very interesting. About the motivation is, well, actually, when I was a nurse, I realized that sometimes we got a lot of information in the health sector, we just collect a lot of data, a lot of information from patients, a lot of information from public health surveillance programs. But the problem was, well, what is the use of all this data, of all this information, you know? And if we want to make better decisions, then probably we'll need to base all our decisions on better data, and of course better analysis. So probably my motivation to move from nursing to statistics was if we want to get better policies, better decisions, then probably we need to include better data analysis. So it was very simple, actually, the motivation. And in terms of the limitations with R, yes, there are many, actually, yes. But I've been working with SPSS, Stata, R, Jamovi. There are many different software, Excel as well. But the issue is that with R it's actually the problem with R is that you need to invest a lot of time learning. So the learning curve is a little bit steep, specifically at the beginning. So you need to invest a lot of time learning some very basic ideas and about how R works, actually. But after you've managed some very basic syntaxes, some very general ideas how to write, for example, a code in R, which is 100% based on coding, then you actually learned very fastly. So there is no problem, and probably the big limitation is learning at the beginning. But then, and one advantage of this is that there are, because it's free, there are many platforms, websites where you can ask some question. Hey, I don't know how to solve this. Can you help me? Yes, of course. And you will get another person who could actually help you, right? And one very good practice is, well, have a kind of a mail distribution list, and then you can just share your questions, your problems with R, and then probably you can get a very easy solution. So that was one of the limitations. In terms of climate feedbacks, and also the question about the no mitigation, what would happen, etc. Yes, mitigation is a very big problem, right? And probably as Chileans, Nigerians, etc., probably we will not contribute. We have not contributed a lot of the problem, and that's an issue with justice, right? And there are other countries that have, of course, contributed more, and they have more kind of responsibilities. But the issue is that even if we limit today all the emissions, the greenhouse gas emissions, then we will, and we need to adapt to climate changes as well. So even if we limit today to 0, we will need to adapt, because the consequences will be around a couple of years after we limit this issue. And because there are some social vulnerabilities involved in this, we need to be aware of this, and we need to work to face and to cope with all these problems in terms of public policies. And so therefore, adaptation is key in climate change and health, because even if we limit some things today, we will face the consequences for a couple of years more. So that's why I think public health surveillance programs, adaptation policies, analysis of data would improve decision-making in terms of adaptation, okay? So yeah, I think that I've answered all of that to you, right? And climate feedbacks, all of them are included in the projections, in the climate models projections. So I didn't have to include them in my models.
Thank you very much, Yasna, for this beautiful presentation from a beautiful researcher from the United Kingdom. I hope participants have learned one or two things. They have been arranged.
I have a question.
Hello.
I have a question.
Sorry. We can't take more questions, please. We are.
Oh, okay.
Thank you very much. So, on this note, can we please give Yasna a very beautiful round of applause once more? We are going to break into parallel sessions quickly now. And the idea is this. For those that want to present papers this morning, you already have our schedule for a paper presentation. There will be 3 rooms, 3 parallel rooms. And if your paper appears in the first column, that is A column, group A, you go to room 1. Just move yourself to room 1 the moment the room is created. Join room 1. If your paper is scheduled under B, you go to room 2. And if you are scheduled for C group, you go to room 3. And I want to implore the chairman of this group too to please move to that room immediately. We have Dr. Ademi Adewale as chairman for the group 1. That is for the head group. Professor Fidelis Gugo will anchor that of group 2. While my humble self, Professor W.B. Aya will anchor the group 3. So let us move to our various groups immediately now so that we can start the parallel session. For those that are here in person, that may want to present physically, you are going to present here so that we do the schedule here. And so meaning that we are under the group 3 where we anchor. Thank you very much. So, yes. And if you are not assigned, that is, you don't have paper to present, but you want to witness our presentation as participant, just move yourself to any group of your choice. Just move yourself to any group of your choice. And of course, you can change rooms the way, depending on your preference. Okay? Just move yourself to any group of your choice and for us to have an interesting session. So, the chairman of the group can start their session immediately. When their members are already in their group, you don't need to wait for further information or further directives. Just start immediately. We are going to be moderating that from our hand here. Thank you very much.
For those that are yet to join, please just identify the 3 dots on your Zoom page, click on it, and you will see join the breakout room session. So you can now join the one that is meant for you. Okay. So if your paper is in group A, join group 1. If your paper is in group 2 or group B, join group 2. If your paper is in group C, join group 3. Please, I believe all of us must have done that. All right. If you do, then we have this 21 unassigned will not be there anymore. Please, you can join any group if you are not presenting any paper, and you can just join any of the groups. And I hope the chairman should take ownership of their groups.
Okay. Hello. Thanks. Hello. Okay. Good morning, sir. Many of them are just trying to. Participants for. Yes. Participants. You can just talk to them. Hello, participants. You just
It's Serena hadn't played a competitive singles match since tearing her hamstring on the very same court 364 days ago. The seven-time Olympic champ taking center court against France's 24-year-old Harley Tan, who said she was scared headed into this one. Serena off to a slow start, losing
I will give you what you
I am scheduled to present today, but is in that
I'm trying to get here. It's on already. No, this one. No, this one. You are sharing. Have you started? No.
I don't know if you can see it.
So, since someone else, room 2, since someone else is already presenting, I think join room 2 first. I don't know if this one is room 2 or not. Look at this one. Okay. Okay, room 2.
Hello.
S T U V W X Y Z. Kenapa bikin? Nah, kenapa kita ketemu? Kenapa?
Networking.
We're all here now.
Where's the microphone? Where's the microphone? Where's the microphone?
Hello. Okay. Thank you everyone for your participation at the parallel section. I believe by now we are all back to the main room. Please let's come around. Let's come around. We are going into the in-person presentations now. But before we do that, I have told those in group 1, group A, that the last presenter will make his presentation online to us, okay, while we keep in all the slides that are meant to be presented in person, okay? So I guess the presenter is Dr. Panjoko. Please, I hope Dr. Panjoko is there, is ready for his presentation.
Sorry, I think that there is a mix up here.
Dr. Adeni, I guess that is a presenter that is meant to present in your group, the last presenter.
Yes, it should be Dr. Kazim. Please.
Dr. Kazim, so we have his presentation right away. Thank you. Please, we have 15
Yeah, it should be handled by Said Blake.
Good afternoon. I hope my slide is shared. I'm here to present a Bayesian penalized credible region in high-dimensional survivor data. I shall be guideline.
Dr. Kazim, we cannot hear you anymore. Dr. Kazim, are you set for us, or we can move on with other presentations? Hello, Dr. Kazim. Dr. Dauda Kazim.
Yes, sir.
Please, we cannot hear you anymore.
Hello, sir.
Having any challenges presenting your slides? Okay.
Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, but your slide is not visible.
I'm sorry, we have some technical issue here that we are trying to quickly fix.
Okay. Would you want us to give you some time to fix that and move on with our presentations? Okay? Would you want that, please? Okay, we will move straight into the next presentation, and that is to be presented. We are going to go by the number that we have here, with priorities given to the number and not the alphabet. So the first presenter we have here will be A7, that's Umolo and Shintri. Okay, please, Dr. Dauda Kazim, you can please unshare your slide. Please sort yourself out while we take you later. Okay. Please unshare your slide, Dr. Dauda Kazim. Thank you.
Done.
Please.
Please, you have 10 minutes to speak to us on your slide.
Standing on the existing protocol, I, David Molu, in collaboration with the co-author, Professor Shitu, hereby present a conference paper titled Dynamic Nonlinear Modeling of Public Violent Deaths in Nigeria as a Stochastic Process. The affiliation is University of Ibadan. The next slide, please. These are my outlines. Next slide. Introduction. Considering the security stability nature in Nigeria, we will discover that violence has drawn the attention of both citizens of these nations and those who reside abroad. And for their safety to be grounded in reality, there is need for us to have an insight or a better view about the magnitude of violence in the nation and how best we can ensure the safety of the citizens. Violent deaths could be referred to as those forms of death that occurs to individuals in the society, in any location, at any point in time, as a result of probably assault, robbery, crime, national disaster, and market issue, as well as religious issue or related phenomena. Next slide, please. Statement of problem. In Nigeria, violence deaths are identified as a public problem, since the safety of our citizens and foreign individuals are no longer grounded in reality, and this has affected the economic stability of the nation. And different kinds of transactions that would have taken place in terms of global interaction and integration. The first step towards building the foundation necessary, there will be need for us to monitor and evaluate the extent of violence in Nigeria. If at all, we are much more interested in the safety of individuals, you and I. As it is experience to monitor the behavioral pattern in terms of the variability in violence deaths in this nation over the period of study for the purpose of national planning and development. The next slide, please. Aim and objective. The aim of the study is to investigate the dynamic nature of violent deaths using the Eden-Markov model with switching auto-regression as a methodology of interest. What are the possible objectives? The first one is to model violent deaths as a form of stochastic process, which referred to as the Eden state, and to classify violent deaths into some smaller homogeneous group for the purpose of capturing adequately the extent of violent deaths with respect to the non-linearity nature of the time series of interest. Then to identify the systematic nature of violent death by cause, and to also determine the transition probability of violent death. And lastly, to be able to predict or create a model that will be useful for the prediction of violent death in the course of monitoring violence in Nigeria. Next slide, please. Literature review. We actually some literature review that backed up the methodology to be shown very soon, as well as the nature of the problem to be investigated. Next slide. Methodology. Hidden Markov model with switching autoregression is the main methodology underlying this study. And what is it all about? It is all about the study of the stochastic nature of a phenomenon that is time series in nature. But in this case, we don't make use of hidden Markov model to study a deterministic process. It is useful for studying a stochastic process such that the states involved are hidden. And that is why I brought about the concept hidden Markov model. And you can see from the definition, there is an additional phrase, switching autoregression. It implies that the concept of autoregression will be established or introduced in estimating the probabilities attributed to the transition of the stochastic process from a particular state to the other, and as well as estimating the parameter of the model. The two basic assumptions underlying the framework is that the state space or the state process is hidden in nature, it is not known. So we don't know it before performing the analysis. It is opened and it is not being studied in the course of the process, but it is relying upon an observable process, which is the violence death itself. And this violence death itself is the observation YT, and they are independently on the various states that will be estimated in the long run. Next slide, please. Regime identification. For this study, we have two regimes to be identified. The first one is the irregular phenomenon case of violence in Nigeria, and the second case is the irregular state of violence in Nigeria. Now, looking at this, you'll see that irregular violence state has a trait of low variability in the occurrence of violence deaths in Nigeria. And the second one, which is the irregular violence state, it entails a very high variability in the occurrence of violent deaths in Nigeria. The fitting probability, that's the probability that we'll be using in constructing the transition probability of every individual observational death counts in respect to the different states that are possible in the course of estimation. Next slide, please. Since we have two regimes possible for this study, equation 3 and equation 4 are the switching autoregression models. The first one is the explicit regression model, possibly your violence death as a time series of interest is stationary. But in the case whereby your series is not stationary, there is need for you to use a transformed series, and that series is what will be incorporated in order to estimate the difference in the violence death attributed to different causes that will be considered. Then we have beta I as parameters, set of parameters in the model. Then YT, like I said, does not depend only on the last two observations, because this is autoregressive of order 2. So YT does not only depend on the last two observations, but on the current state. So that is why in equation 1, equation 3, you can see YT equal to beta not raised to ST, implying that YT is dependent on its lags as well as the state of interest for that particular equation. Next slide. Then the reduced specific form of hidden Markov model. This is how the state of the stochastic process is being identified. So for us to be able to ground the state, whether it belongs to state 1 or the state 2, we'll be using this model in order to estimate those possible states. Data for the study. Data for the study is some monthly reported violence deaths from, okay, thank you, sir. The data for the study is some monthly reported public violence deaths count in Nigeria. It is an abstraction from the Nigeria Watch data set, and we have 11 identified causes as far as the as a case study out of the 11 causes of violent death. So here we have crime, and we have a time series plot. This is a time series plot for violent death attributed to crime from 2006 to March 2021. We can see clearly from this plot that there is no level of stationarity from the series. So there will be for us to transform this series in order for us to capture the need for modeling. And it's also observed that there is possible trend associated with the crime as being the cause of violent death in Nigeria, and it is significant according to the value being given. Next slide, please. Here we have the test of stationarity. For the study, we carried out the test of stationarity. The first one is augmented equivalent test, and the second one is the Philippe-Perron's test. So going via the results gotten, we could observe that all the series are non-stationary at 5% level of what? Significance. I mean, one of the series, not all the series, that is for augmented equivalent test, political issues, not stationary. But for every other series, we have them being stationary at 0.05 level of significance. And also considering the trocation lag parameter for Philippe-Perron, we have it as 4, and for augmented equivalent test, we have it as 5. Next slide, please. Okay, here we have the state estimation. Because the first thing you will be able to estimate in the course of Eating Markov model is to estimate the leading state. And from the leading state, you'll be able to estimate the parameters of the model upon which you want to predict or estimate the possible violent death count of interest. So here we are making use of two different causes of violent death. The first one is land issues, and the second one is market issue. So here we have accounted for just the first 20 observation of death count out of the 178 possible death counts that we are studying. We have 24 land issues, and we can see that for the first observation, when the number of deaths, the death count is 14, the estimated state is 1. At the point where the death count is 50, the estimated state becomes what? 2. So in the state 1, the state of violence is not burdensome, but in state 2, the state of violence becomes what? Burdensome. It becomes a center of attraction or a process of attraction to the people. And you can also see the transition probability for each possible state. For instance, observation 5, under land issue, we have death count to be 0. And the probability of that death count remaining in that state 1 is 0.9839. So with that value, 0 as death count, there is a higher probability that the rate of violence that will remain in state 1, the regular state, for that particular death count. And for market issue, we have the same. Next slide, please. Here we have parameter estimation. Something is okay. This is the transition probability. This is the grand transition probability. The transition. This grand transition probability is quite different from the first transition probability. The first transition probability we have is what we call the observable transition probability. Why this is the grand transition probability? It tells us the possibility of violent death in Nigeria to remain as either regular or irregular, or to transit from irregular to what? Regular, or from irregular to regular. Let's take political issue, for example. The probability of violent death in Nigeria over the period of study to remain in a regular state is 0.6010. While the probability of violent death to remain in an irregular state over the period of study is 0.8674. So we can see that it is of interest that policymakers should draw attention to political issues as the cause of violent death, because the probability of violent death remaining very high attributed to political issue is also very high. That is 0.8674 as compared to it remaining in the same state. And the possibility of violent death to move from irregular state to an irregular state in relation to political issue is also higher than when violent death moves from an irregular state to irregular state. Next slide, please. Here we have the parameter estimation for the Edim-Markov model with switching autoregression for all the 11 series of research. And we can see that for each of the regimes, we have the different parameters, and majority of the parameters are significant. Next slide, please. Next slide. This is the regime residual plot. This regime residual plot consists of the regime 1 residual plot, regime 2 residual plot, and the conditional residual plot. So what you do here is to compare your regime residual plot with the conditional residual plot. And you can see that the regime 1 residual plot is far away and not superimposed with regime 2 residual plot. So there is variation in the residual. And the regimes will not capture violent death at the same rate. Then we have the regime count classification plot. Next slide, please. Here we have the predictive plot for market issue as an instance. Next slide. Conclusion. The discovered method of find is that if there is violent death, is not normally distributed across identified causes. The state of violence attributed to cattle grazing, fire explosion, market issue, natural disaster, sorcery, and other aspects were better detected using regime 1, while other causes of violent death were better detected using regime 2. And our focus basically is on political issue, and this has been discussed earlier. Next slide. Recommendation. This study therefore recommends further studies which allow for the coping and detection of violence using a scientific system on the basis of machine learning and artificial intelligence to ensure that the safety of citizens in Nigeria are granted in reality. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. It's now time for questions. If there are questions, please, you can signify here at the one. Any other questions, please? Okay, none. Then we take some questions from our participants online. Please.
Please speak loudly to the microphone so that everyone can hear you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Not necessarily a question, but just like a very good observation. I noticed that your work was not properly situated within existing literature. And you know, in research, we don't reinvent the wheel. We try as much as possible to try and situate our work within existing literature to either refute or corroborate. With that, we'll be able to know what has been done in time past, what is being done now, and we can now make projection into the future. Secondly, I also like to say that your slide was more of statistics. You did not represent that statistics in words. Statistics should be able to speak on reality, not just statistics for the sake of statistics. Thank you very much.
That's a comment. If you have response to that, you can do that when you have time. Okay, and this is a statistical conference as well.
Mine is also a comment. I will start by telling you well done. I really like the passion with which you presented your work. It's a good passion. Then the only thing I notice is your slide. Your slide is too wordy. It's a PowerPoint presentation. Your points, your expression should be bullet points. They give power to it. I could notice that you may not actually read it from the slide. So you have it up there. So you would have just put your expression in points, then you explain. It will give it more power. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Well, I've not seen anyone online who has questions. So view of that, maybe you should just respond to those comments, and then we can move forward to the next presenter.
Thank you very much, speakers. Concerning your comments, the idea of feeding Macron model is not new, and in the literature being projected before now, just because we don't have access to the slide with us, that is why it seems as if we are not being carried along with what has happened in the past relating to this. There have been some persons who have worked on violence deaths in the past in some universities in Nigeria, including the University of Ibadan, using the same data, Nigeria Watch, and all what they did then was to see what is the trend of violence deaths, not to be able to capture how we can predict the occurrence of violent death or the magnitude of violent death, or see it as a stochastic process. Okay, and this is statistics conference, like I said. So with the end of the storm as the statistics, then our communication, we buttress the points for application in other fields. Thank you very much, ma'am. I'm grateful for your response.
Please now we put our hands together for him. Thank you. You may please take your seat. You can drop the microphone there. I'd like to invite the next presenter, and that is B17. That is OPK Adaku. Please just give us a minute to load your slide so that you can present. Yes, I'm good to go.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm Obike Adam Caroline from the Mathematics Department, University of Agriculture and Natural Sciences, Imo State. I'm here to present a research work titled Effects of Environmental Factors on Child Survivorship at Birth. Please, the next slide. Childbirth is the patrician and the accumulation of pregnancy with the expulsion of one or more babies from the womb. Childbirth is in 3 stages. The first stage is the stage when the neck or the cervix opens, and the second stage is the stage when the baby moves down from the womb to the vagina. And the third stage is the bed of the placenta. Please, the next slide. What types of childbirth? We have the natural childbirth. This is when a child passes through the natural canal and is being given birth to. And we also have the assisted childbirth.
This can also be in the form of forced delivery, can also be in the form of vacuum extraction, and also we have the cesarean section. This is when cesarean section is used when the natural birth is not possible, or some situations arise that a surgical assistance should be given. Please, the next slide. Now, childbirth can be categorized into two. One is live birth, and the other one is birth. You have live birth when a human being is born who is able to demonstrate independently signs of life, which includes breathing, voluntary muscle movement, and heartbeat. And birth is when is a birth that is prior to the completion of extraction from its mother and the product of human conception, irrespective of duration of pregnancy, and is when which is not an induced termination of pregnancy. That birth is indicated by the fact that after some expulsion or extraction, that the child does not breathe or show any sign of life after being evacuated from the mother's womb. Then you can also have a stillbirth. A stillbirth is when a baby is born after 24 completed weeks of pregnancy and it did not show any sign of life. Then the state of a child at birth is a condition that satisfies if the child is alive at birth or if the child is dead at birth. Please, the next slide. Now, some of the factors that determines the survivorship of the child at birth are you have the maternal age, you have parity. Parity is the number of previous children before the pregnancy. You have birth interval, you have method of delivery of the child, you have the maternal age. Okay, we have the mother's health condition before the delivery of a child. Then we have lack of antenatal to prenatal care. You have smoking during pregnancy and somebody being HIV positive or other chronic diseases. These are variables that determines child survivorship at birth. Please, the next slide. Okay, statement of problem. The high increase of infant mortality rates in the whole world is increasing on daily basis, and this is a great challenge, an issue of concern. And so therefore, it is of paramount importance to investigate those factors or those variables that actually causes child mother mortality rate in the world, and that is what prompted to this research. Please, the next one. Now, specific objective. This research was determined to determine if the mother's age has a significant effect on child survivorship at birth, and also if the mother's parity, that is number of children before the pregnancy, has a significant effect on child survivorship at birth. And also it is aimed to determine if the health condition of mother before child delivery has a significant effect on the child survivorship at birth. We also aim to determine if the method of delivery of a child has a significant effect on the survivorship of that child at birth. And finally, we aim to determine if birth weight has a significant effect on the survivorship of a child at birth. Please. Now, so many people that has actually worked on this area, but according to WHO, World Health Organization, that's 2010, they defined low birth weight as a newborn baby which is less than 2.5 kg at birth, and we also have monocrosomia as a death weight that is above 4.4 kg at birth. Obike AC 2007, 217 actually worked on birth weight to know the factors that affect birth weight. And in that work, in their work, it was discovered that it was revealed that premature babies are born as a result of multiple pregnancies, fetal abnormalities, and abnormalities in mothers as a key factor affecting birth weight. And also, it was also revealed in that work that cesarean section, that's CS, can be a remedial measure in reducing child mother mortality rate. The next slide. Now also, SHILO 2026 noted that the use of alcohol during pregnancy can also increase the rate of preterm death. Also, MNEK 2008 has it that women who become pregnant as a result of rape has the chances of giving birth to what? Infant death. Now, recent studies has also proved, according to Bednazer and Cassian, in 2008, in a study of prevalence adverse in death form, they also find out that poor reproductive life planning, absent substance use, abnormal pregnancy, irregular medication can also give rise to adverse birth outcomes. Please, the next slide. Now, methodology. The work employed 4 statistical methods in determining the effect of these environmental factors on child survivorship. One of the methods is the chi-square method. Please, the next slide. We also employed, please, the next slide. Also employed disease statistics. Next slide. We also employed the least square method of regression. And finally, the one-way analysis of variance. Okay, data analysis. The data used for the analysis was obtained from the delivery registrar of Our Lady of Lourdes Hospital. It's a mission hospital in Anambra State, which covered all births from January 2012 to December 2013. Now, variables that were considered were 1, the mother's age, parity, method of delivery of a child, mother's health before delivery, and finally birth weight. Now, when the mother's health or diagnosis was subjected to chi-square test, you look at the table before us, you will see the categories of the state of a child at birth. We have life birth, which is titled as alive, and we have dead birth, which is the category dead. Now, we have the observed variables for death and alive, babies born alive and those born dead. When these were subjected to statistical tests, please, the next slide. We discovered that the p-value was less than the alpha, and hence we rejected the null hypothesis and concluded that there is an association between the mother's diagnosis, that's mother's health condition before the delivery of a child. There is an association between the state of a child at birth and the mother's health condition before the delivery of a child. Let's go to the next slide. Now, chi-square was also subject when the state of mother's parity, that is number of children before the delivery of that child previously had by the mother. When it was subjected to chi-square test, if you look at the table, we have 2 categories of the state of a child at birth. We have alive and dead. Then the other level of to 5, 6 and above. When this thing was subjected to chi-square test, the null hypothesis was rejected. That the null hypothesis, the null hypothesis was accepted, meaning that there is no association between the state of child at birth and parity. Let's go to the next slide. Okay, we'll now use Z-test to test the difference, significant difference between the proportion of the two methods of delivery. That is, method of delivery by normal, that's SVD, and CS. And we discovered from the test, let's go to the next slide. We discovered by the test that there is a great significant difference between babies who were born through CS and them that were born through normal CS. And this can, from this, we discovered that CS can serve as a remedial measure in curbing the problems associated with child death at birth. Please, let's go to the next slide. Okay, the analysis of variance ANOVA was used to check if there is a significant difference that tests the quality of means between doctor, midwife, and nurse-assisted delivery. And from the analysis, we discovered that, let's go to the next slide. The next slide. We discovered that there is no association. That means the state of a child at birth is independent of who attended to the delivery of the child, whether a doctor or a nurse or a midwife. Then we were able to use regression analysis to predict the number of children that will be born in the hospital in the year 2014. We were able to use, please let's see the next slide. We were able to predict the number of live children that will be born in the hospital, and we were able to predict the number of live births versus the number of dead births. Please let's go to the conclusion. The conclusion, please. Then in conclusion, all these methods were used to test to determine the factors that are actually affecting the survivorship of a child at birth. And we are able to discover by chi-square test that mother's health condition before child's delivery is the key factor affecting the survival of a child at birth. Also, we are able to discover that CS can serve as a remedial factor in curbing the mortality rates in both child and mother. So we recommended CS to be used as a remedial factor to reduce child mother mortality rates in the world. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. If you are clapping, let us clap. Just as it is our practice, it is time for questions and comments. Questions, comments. I'm sure we should have so many questions and comments.
I want to thank you so much for your presentation.
Please, when you want to comment, tell us your name, your affiliation. Name and affiliation.
Okay, I'm Dr. Eunice Kwadinyo, University of Lagos. As I said, thank you for your presentation. Thank you. I can see that your presentation is measured in applied statistics. It's precisely about statistics, which is very good. Okay, now I want to start from your literature review. In a presentation like this, there are more better ways to present your literature review, especially when you are putting it giving it to an audience where they can capture it once. You can put it in a tabular form. Put in a table the year, the author, what the author has done, just the title, and then the result, just bring result. then at a glance, when your literature review was flat, you could see it, what has been done. That is one. Now, two, you could also put your literature review in a chronological order, because research is building on one. It's like what they call it, research. You are building on the foundation. I could see that in your literature review, you started in 2010, 2012, you moved to 2006, 2007, you moved to 2018, 2019, then 2022. I mean, it would have been better you start from 2006, 2007, 2010, 2011, then down to the present one, then you are adding your own to it. You understand? So it will be better to be well organized. Now, in your analysis, I could see that you are using the chi-square, mostly the chi-square analysis. The major thing we're actually looking at was the state of a child at birth. So I want to take that as a responsibility. So all those other factors, covariates that you consider, like mother parity, like the mode of delivery, and all. Instead of testing them, well, taking them one by one is also good. It's part of statistics, part of your statistical result. Maybe at the end, you could also carry out a multiple regression analysis, where all these factors can be run together in one model, and let us see which of these are significant when you are considering all of them together as a covariate. Maybe you could consider that as a further research to this your work. It will enhance the work. Thank you. Thank you.
About second question.
Good afternoon. I'm Diogo Kare. I'm the statistics here about the my thank you, presenter, for your work. But I want to get something right first, so that my comment or observation will not have a problem. I could see that from your presentation, the data used ended at 2013. And we are in 2022. So if we are looking at survivorship, these are one of the objectives being the state of the mother at birth. And we are trying to apply that to real life situations. And I'm looking at the timeline between 2013 and now, and what has happened in the economy. So conclusions will still not be a good recommendation or conclusion towards the fact that the state we are in between 2013 and now it's been something else. We look at the economy. That's my concern. So I would have suggested probably if you could get more data from there and then do a further analysis and corroborate whatever decision that you are taking.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Madam, I don't want to ask questions, but I want my question.
Your name and your affiliation.
Definitely, I will say it.
Thank you.
Mohammed Kabir, University of Benin. I just tell me, out of the variables, mention 2 or 3. Out of the variables that you used. Your microphone, please.
Microphone.
Mother's age, parity, method of delivery, then mother's health condition, that's mother's health of the problem.
That tells us that your dependent variable is what?
Is the state of the child at birth?
Which is categorical.
Dead or alive.
Historical, either alive or dead.
Dichotomous.
And I observe, this is dichotomous.
Yes.
I observe that eventually you use the general regression, which is classical regression model.
Yes. Can you respond to that? Or it's for notes, right? Okay. I think that borders on our assumption. That's a good one. Yes, there are no one online who wants to ask questions now. I've not seen anyone raise up his hand. I want to believe they are with us. So I'd like to, on behalf of PSSN, okay, comment. Yes.
I think she also needs to improve on her font size. Your font for your slide here, you get too tiny. You have to improve on it.
That is becoming a general comment to all presenters. At least we saw the slides we saw yesterday. Okay, PowerPoint is different from PowerPoint. I'm sure the leadership of PSSN will look into this. Okay, and possibly carry us through it how to make a PowerPoint. It's very, very important. Okay, a lot of people have noted that, and that has become a general comment to all presenters. Please let us note that. Please may you please take your seat. Let's appreciate her. Thank you very much. Please switch off the microphone here. Switch it off. We'll quickly take Dr. Dauda Kazim. I'm sure he's online.
Yes, sir.
Yes, it's the lecture we skipped the other time. So you may please share your screen and make your presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm here to present a seminar titled Bayesian Penalized Credible Region in high-dimensional survival data. I shall be guided with the following outline. The motivations in this study is that the strangling emphasis in the literatures on high-dimensional time-to-event data as analysis has been on rapidly generating point estimates with good empirical and theoretical properties. In this study, we extend our penalized credible regions with global local shrinkage prior to Cox proportional hazard model using Bayesian approach. The idea of this study is to look for the sparse solutions or search for the sparse solutions within the joint posterior credible region. We introduce survivor analysis from the literature review that says that survivor analysis characterize the relationship between times to event, endpoint, and multiple covariates. Example of such it can be in a medical practice, engineering, and social sciences. This particular study that we are looking into follows a Bayesian approach, but why not frequentist? Why Bayesian? For the high dimensionalities of the data, that is why it has to follow a Bayesian approach, and we cannot undergo it on a frequentist approach. And another thing is the availability of the prior knowledge that we have about the data. That is why the only source of information, part of source of information that we have is prior information, which helps us to combine with our data that we have to give a posterior. And that is why we are following a Bayesian approach. Aim and objective of this study. The aim of this study is that in the case of this study, we adopt a Dirichlet global local shrinkage prior that will sparse high dimensional time to event data and predict effectively. Objective: 1, to obtain a posterior for high dimensional survivor via global local shrinkage prior. 2, to show that the prior used is in order. And 3, shrinking of small coefficients greatly tied to 0 and rare shrinks large coefficients. Significance of this study. High dimensionality of data when P is strictly greater than N, we have issue in using a frequentist approach. But here, we make use of advantage of global local shrinkage prior, which can effectively shrink small coefficients and reliable estimate the coefficient of importance variable simultaneously. And two, the motivation is that within the same credible region level, global local shrinkage prior would lead to more concentrated prior, thus having better performance for variable selections by finding the sparse solutions more easily. Theoretical framework. We bring our framework from Cox proportional hazard model. And if you look at this equation, the equation is showing from Cox 1972, a Cox proportional hazard model is, and the likelihood of it are shown below. Literature review. Many authors has works on the high dimensionality or the dimension reductions for Cox proportional hazard model, for normal model. But here we are introducing a prior, a Dirichlet Laplace prior to a Cox proportional hazard model. From the history, from the literature, Carver et al. 2010 works on horseshoe prior, but with it works it with a Cox proportional, a accelerated failure time. That is what it works with. Also, Battaraya et al. Works with Dirichlet Laplace prior, but with a normal continuous data. Here we want to show here the importance of our work is our work is related with Mata et al. 2019 that shows a similar works. However, the Mata et al. Focus on horseshoe prior for accelerated failure times, while our works proposed is Dirichlet Laplace prior with Cox proportional hazard model. If you look at this particular graph, this particular frame is showing the different types of prior and their effectiveness. The first one is showing how they string close to zero, and the second one is showing the tail. From these four different prior that we brought together, we see that and at the same time it has a light tail, which makes a combinations of our model, our Cox proportional hazard model to be effective. Methodology. The posterior, a Bayesian approach shows that we must have a posterior plus, a prior plus our likelihood to have a posterior. So here our likelihood is coming from the Cox proportional hazard model. Can you hear me? Sorry. It's coming from a Cox proportional hazard model. Why the prior?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Why the prior is coming from the Dirichlet Laplace prior. The combinations of this thing is what give us is what give us a Dirichlet Laplace shrinkage prior. And this particular Dirichlet Laplace shrinkage prior that we are talking about is a combination of many parameters. If you look at this equation 3, we have the likelihood of Cox proportional hazard model there, combined with our prior, which is the Dirichlet Laplace prior, that give us the combinations of the posterior. The combination of all of the posterior is what gave us in equation 5. And the posterior computation, due to computational complexity of the posterior, we adopt Gibbs sampling techniques, which is one of the Monte Carlo Markov chains MCMC procedure. We modified Gibbs sampling steps by Battaraya et al. In 2015 to accomplish the Cox regression model in the equation 5, that equation 5 that I showed you earlier. This is the method, the steps that we take to achieve the equation 5 that is shown above. We first of all sample the sigma square from the equations, and we follow it up till we get all the parameters out here with these steps. The algorithms to acquire all those steps is stated in these algorithms in the algorithms table here, and it shows that when we input in the algorithms, we input our data. The first thing that it search for us is that it makes it brings out our axis, which is the and after bringing out the axis, it undergoes the MCMC multi-color procedure. After undergoing the MCMC multi-color procedure, it computes the output for us. We adopt a model evaluations for this particular works, which is we use DIC, AIC, and BIC to judge our model, because we compare for the model comparisons. The data processing and summary. In this, we simulated a data with different numbers of x's. We started our simulations from a very big data, from big data to very big data. What I mean is that when our n is 100, we simulated an observations for x to be 200. That is, it is an high-dimensional data. When n is 100, our p is 200. And also we simulated for when n is 100, our p is 500, up to when n is 100, our p is 5,000. So this is the outcomes of the result when we compare our results with horseshoe prior that is already existed. The first, when p is 100 and n is 200, this is what the AIC, BIC, and the DIC is showing. It shows that for every high-dimensional data that we plug in our data to, Dirichlet Laplace prior is doing much better than the horseshoe prior, because the AIC is showing a lower AIC for each of all these our Dirichlet Laplace prior over horseshoe prior. Up to even when it is 5,000, it still shows that the Dirichlet Laplace prior is still doing more better than the horseshoe prior. The graphical approach here is showing also the blue is showing the Dirichlet Laplace prior, while the other color is showing the horseshoe prior. So for the three model criteria that we are using, the AIC, the BIC, and the DIC, it shows that Dirichlet Laplace prior is doing more better than the horseshoe prior. So here also we use a real life data. We use a real life data to test our model for both the horseshoes and the Dirichlet Laplace prior, and we use a Puja, a R package Puja, where we have a chop data that has a high dimensionality data, which has the numbers of genes that is present in that data is 3,833 and has 181 observations. So this is the summary of the data. And when we plug in our result, when we plug that data into our model, we see that Dirichlet Laplace prior select minimum numbers of gene, which is 15, compared to horseshoe prior, which is selecting 32 numbers of gene. And also here, if you look at, if we place it on our criteria model selections, we see that throughout AIC, BIC, and DIC, the Dirichlet Laplace prior is doing more better than. So our summary and findings for this, we have described a new Bayesian framework for Cox proportional hazard model, where the cumulative baseline hazard function has been modeled with Dirichlet Laplace shrinkage prior. The proposed approach helps us to select the minimum and most important variables so as to avoid the non-informative variables in the survivor data set. When compared to the model with the horseshoe prior, the proposed Dirichlet Laplace prior characterized to have selected the minimum numbers of predictive variables with a good fit at all levels of numbers of predictors variable. In this study, we have only considered Cox proportional hazard model under semi-parametric model added with Dirichlet Laplace shrinkage prior through MCMC scheme. Nonetheless, the extensions to the other survivor distributions like Weibull, exponential, log normal, etc. is immediate. So furthermore, the use of latent variable techniques may also make possible extending in the further study. This is my references. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. If you are clapping, let us clap very well. Yes, thank you, Dr. Odaga. It's time for comment and question. If you have questions in-house here and online, please kindly indicate so that we can quickly take you. We take Dr. Chris first.
Yeah, quickly, a quick one. I think that that was a very good presentation, but my concern is that there's something called real life data. The data is either live or not live. So please kindly don't use the word real life again. Just say live data, or you say simulated data.
Okay.
What my concern.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for that observation, Dr. Chris. Any comments now? Okay, quick one to you, Dr. Kafle. My name is Femi Oyamaki. Yes, I saw I need a clearer picture on a clearer description of your simulation, especially where you refer to n equals 100 and your x equals 200. Because I want to ask, one, did you replicate this sample or this generated values in your simulation, in your MCS? Were they replicated? That's the first thing. They were replicated.
Okay. No, they were not replicated.
Okay. Why were they not replicated?
You said?
Why did you not replicate it? Because these are simulated values.
Yes.
It is important that we replicate and see how well they do under the MCS.
Okay. They were not replicated. They were simulated, because the difference between replicate, meaning maybe I simulated 10. I now replicate it 10 times, making 100. But here I simulate 100 directly. So it is not I didn't replicate anything. And all those X's, they have impact on our Y because of the simulation schemes that we are, because of the simulation procedure that we take and the code that we write to simulate the numbers of X's and the and our N also.
Thank you, Dr. Dauda. I'd like to see further clarification on likely difference between generating data sets and simulating data sets?
Generating.
Yes, if I decide to generate 100
data.
Yes. Do we have difference between generation of data and simulation of data?
Generations and simulation of data. Actually, as a student of learning, I don't think there is a difference between generating and simulating.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Doctor. You want to make a comment? Okay. Thank you, Dr. Dauda.
Yes, sir.
Do you have any other comments in the house? After
Said.
Yes, sir.
Congratulations, you did well. And I want you to note the observation. My name is Mohamed Kadir from Brazil. I want you to note the observation raised is determined by Dr. Yamaki. But
okay,
a
sir.
quick comment from me. Your slide, you labeled all your tables correctly, but you didn't number any of them. So it will be difficult for us to refer to a particular table we want to discuss. I'm sure after this conference, the paper you have presented, you may be willing to publish it. You may be willing to publish it. Please take note of numbering of the tables and the adequate reference of the tables in your discussion.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Noted, sir.
Thank you, Dr.
Once again, I'm Bion Kari from Yabata, Planning of Statistics. Mine would be to be looking at the area of having to look at difference between simulation and replication. I know that in simulation, the more your data sets, the better the results you get out as output. But I want to also look at if replication, you'll be looking at the trend, but replication will also want to look at the trend of results that's been brought in any experiment or situation. And so I want to see that probably having used that number of data sets, increasing them from time point to time point, given the constant speed, that may also serve as a form of replication.
Dr. Kazi is upcoming researcher and he has noted all those comments. That's why I didn't go further on that. But it's our brother, we will get across to you. We are interested in his development, so we'll get across to you.
So my name is Badmo Sido from University of Lagos. Well, as Dr. Garba already said, before you send the paper out, I know that AIC, their model selection and criteria, but it's not enough to test the capability or the severity of any model, like using goodness of fit statistics, just like when we are talking about grammar, von business, understanding, and so on and so forth. So you can include that to it, just to test whether your model is true or not. And other things.
Thank you.
Thank you too. Yes. Any other comments? Survival analysis is very interesting, and I know the difficulties that is associated with simulating the survival data. Okay, so it's a good idea, and I want you to keep it up. And let's put our hands together for him. Thank you, Dr. Bazulu. I'd like to invite the next presenter. Just like we said, we're going to be working with the numbering here. Okay, the next number is Willie Lesindogo. Oh, sorry, please pardon me if I didn't pronounce your name wrong. Please pardon me. Please, you have your 15 minutes. Please take our time very seriously, please. It's very, very important.
Wait for your slide to load before you start your presentation so that we can all follow you.
My name is Yuri Lenin. My co-paper author is Sylvester Pius. I have to present about title Modeling in Nigeria using fractional interpreted gas model. We all know that in December 2019, the outbreak of COVID-19 started in China, according to WHO. And since then, we have experienced a rapid growth or rapid infection rate of COVID-19 all over the world. And this continued in February, 27 February 2020, where an Italian expert was first confirmed in Lagos about the latest outbreak of the disease. And since then, the number of confirmed cases in Nigeria, both in Lagos, because Lagos has the highest number, and the number of confirmed cases in Nigeria keep on increasing across the state of the federation. And as a result of that, the mortality rate keep on increasing. But here in Nigeria, as God will have it, the mortality rate in Nigeria we have a lower mortality rate in Nigeria compared to other countries, European countries, and American countries or Asian countries all over the world. And as a result of it, next slide, this call for us to look at some of the trends that happened in the COVID-19, to model the series of COVID-19. And in order for us to model the series of COVID-19, we have first to look at the movement of the variable has. We look at the testing for long memory parameter, look at the long memory parameter, and we now look at the fractional integrated model, and we use the AI to select the best model in this case. In time series, we all know that materials are monitor. In time series analysis, time series is divided into three parts. We have one, the past, we have the present, and the future. We use the past for us to determine the present. We use the past, and for us to determine our future, we use the present. And we have a model like RMA, auto-regressive model, RMA. These models are used to model the need of the series. But in order for us to model the volatility that occurs in a series, we use the ASH model. The ASH model is used to model the error of the variance, and the model is represented as 1 and 2. And for us to capture the volatility that happens in the general form, the generalization of the ASH model, we now have what we call the gas model. And the gas model is comprised of two sections. Model, just like what we know the RMA process is all about, where we have the auto-regressive part and the moving average part. The gas model have the error part and also the error part and also the variance part, which is still represented in question 3. And the model can also be reduced using the polynomial or as in question 4. And we have the model can subsequently transform the polynomial and subsequent transform to equation 5 and 6. Next slide. Then you are applying an integrated component and integrated parameter to the gas model. We have what we call I-gas model. Now the I there stands for an integer. The order of integration have to be an integer. For that incorporate the I integrated parameter to the gas model, we have the I-gas model, and the model is represented that is question 7. No, the next slide. If you now have the fractional parameter, we are no longer interested in the integer parameter. But what we have now is the fractional parameter. We have the fractional gas model. Now, one of the basic properties of the fractional gas model is that in the case of this series, we are modeling COVID-19. After the first case was discovered in 27 February 2020, some days we are having, there are some days where there was no confirmed cases. And in order, if you want to choose an integer band to do the difference, you discover that you cannot get a real value, but a fractional integrated gas model can be able to capture those things where we have and do the normal difference. And the model is represented in the stage, and the polynomial is also reduced to this point. The next slide.
That's right.
Then we have so many techniques in order for us to detect the young memory. But in this work, we use the GPU test to detect the long memory parameter in the model. And the question is shown in this slide. And also the diagram of the time series is also shown in this slide. Next slide. The data analysis. The data for this story for obtained from the worldwide data bank of COVID-19. In this website, you have data of different countries all over the world where you can be able to access the data of COVID-19. And the data starts from February, 27 February 2020 to 23 March 2022. And the next slide. The type of the variable is shown as of the original variable. The next slide. The fractional differences of order D1 D is equal to 0.971 is shown as next slide. Test for stationarity. We will test for stationarity at level and as fractional difference. But we discovered that the fractional difference, the variable was stationary as fractional difference of order 0.971. Next slide. Testing for long memory. If there is a presence of long memory in the data, we use the correct operation function to test if the presence of long memory. If it gets slowly to 0, we will know that there is a presence of long memory. Next slide. Model estimation. 4 models were estimated. We have that of the ash component, we have that of the gas component, and we have gas figures 1, 1, 1. Why the order of this is there? Out of the 4 models, according to Pisco, that the best model is anyone that minimizes the information criteria. And the first model there minimized the information criteria, and the model was used to total. Yes, sir. The model is shown in the 11, and the parameter we have inside the go back to the table. Okay. We have the parameter of the gas model and that of the ash model. Go back. And in that, we select the best model based on the C-gas model of 0.91 with information criteria 13.5395 is shown in the 11. Go back to the next slide. Go back to the next slide. Say that the model was tested for adequacy. In the model we have that of the 2 stages. The error model we are having the negative volatility, while the gas model we are having the positive volatility. And one of the criteria in the ash with the gas model is that both the parameter of the gas and the ash model, when summed together, must be less than 1. And you can see the error when the value was summed together, you have 0.1624. And this implies that we have the 2 stages in the model. We have a state where the volatility is high, meaning that the effect on the populace is high. And we also have a state where the volatility is low, meaning that the also low. And it shows in the model there. And because of as a result of this, now conclude that the model with the variable were volatile, meaning that the government has to do something about it, or else the high rate of fatality will among the people will be high. Some selected references.
Thank you. Let's put our hands together for Do we have any comments in the house there? Comments, please. One. Only one person. Okay.
Thank you, the President. I'm Dr. Leko Baka from the University of Lagos. The work we do, we are too economical in the analysis. When you are talking about fractional gap, one is expected that you will use several fractions in that your integrated factor. So that you can now see the extent or the best. Now, in your gap, I don't know how you determine your level of arc and in that your paper, because you show us only the autocorrelation function. There is no partial autocorrelation function there to talk about the error. You know, I hope you are getting what I'm saying. So I advise that when you are working on this app, the data you are data is not all that volatile. I know it is sarcastic, but it's not volatile. So using the variance, the app, to capture it, the fractional that we used would have been an edge for you to get one enter there and jump out. So I encourage you to move on, because all the data that you are having these days tend to be volatile in nature, very life, non-linear. But in teaching us in an academic environment where we are talking about statistics, one is expected to see the way you move, then you now select the line number before which you use for their estimation.
Okay, in the order of the model selection, we have 5 models. They have different. Each of those models have different value of if I can still get the PowerPoint there. Each of them have different values of this. But based on the information criteria, the first one was selected. I don't know if I answer your question. Okay.
Now you see the gap that is the generalization. That is the generalization of model. That you see mimic ARIMA model, AMA model in a stochastic environment. So when you are looking for the lag length, you will use ACF and PSSN to get the one we are talking about diagnostic check to select the best model is when you have gotten last, then you now do several and pick the best, which the AIC can equally assist when you are selecting your best model that you will use to forecast. Are you getting me? So there are so many stages in the work you have presented, but you just jump. Okay. So I'm encouraging you to go and study more. Right. That is a nice area. That's my comment.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And I thank you for your comments.
say that people are not familiar with some methods of the terms this method. And I've just told you that you need to construct a number of graphs. The first thing to do in the analyzing time series data is the time plot. When you plot that graph, then you'll be able to know whether the data is volatile or not. Then you can proceed from there. And you need to construct the ACL and PSSN. From there, those are the model diagnostic tools. Okay? From where you determine whether it is AMA or whatever. But that itself, what is it? That's my question for you. What do you use that to estimate? Task model. This task model to estimate the variance of the cells. The variance of the cells of a space or a data set. No, that is not true. So you need to go into the literature. Your literature review is not enough, and it's not in depth. Okay? When you need to investigate that, it means you have already constructed a dynamic model, AR, MA, or RMA. And you notice that the error series are serially correlated. So when they are serially correlated, you move into that. You want to be able to model the variance, okay, with a view to augment the performance of your dynamic model. Okay? So I think you need to do a lot of work on this. You are going to send it to us. The editor and chiefs are here. Then you need to do more. Okay? I'll improve that promise.
Please, there are times to get experts here. We have identified two of them. Please, that's the essence of the conference. Seriously, that's the essence. But as a biometrician, I also want to take you on. Rob has raised the issue of doing a time plot because I have been looking at COVID data since COVID started. We are still recording the data set till today. And it has answered the issue of volatility. We know that we don't stop when we're talking about volatile stock. And some of the mortality measures we have seen there are not exhibiting some of those tendencies. You can look at that. But my worry is this. You mentioned mortality. Okay? Are you trying to look at your mortality as the number of deaths recorded in the COVID from COVID data or what?
Okay, the mortality there is the number of infected, not the number of actual
infected.
Yes.
You see, your work is much, and I will have to watch. So what you go and do, what you will go back to do, is go and compute what you please one meeting. Go back and compute what we call the case fatality rate, and that will be the number of deaths divided by the number of cases that you have. Okay, of course, the death itself we can look at daily record of number of deaths. That will be okay, because if you move into the cumulative death, you might likely run into problem in your time series. That is what some of us are doing in biostatistics. We look at growth equation, which has some strong relationship with the time series model, but we don't talk about life, because we don't believe that you can be alive today, given that you were alive yesterday. You understand what I'm saying? So that's a condition that you should look at. But that case fatality rate can fit into your then there's what we call infectious infectious fertility rate. Of course, that is a bit difficult to compute now, but the case fatality rate will help showcase what you are looking at, because it varies across region and all that. But it's a very good work like she described. And please, after this session, please meet them and harvest enough. Me, I always do that. That's my style. If I see that you have good contribution to my work, I meet you after the conference, get your contact, send you mails, and repeatedly, so that you can know that this guy is disturbing you, then they respond. Do you understand? So please, let's put our hands together for. There were no questions online, that's why we are not taking any questions online. Thank you. Without wasting time, I want to move to the next presenter. And that will be B24, Mfon and Shitu. Is that person here? If it's not here, let's move to the next person. The person is there. Ah, okay. Please, just a quick one. After we take the remaining 2 in-person presenters, we will also move back to our panel sessions to take other presentations online. The chairman will be in their respective rooms to continue the presentation. Thank you. You have the microphone. Please, 15 minutes, 15 minutes. We'll start when your slide is on. Okay.
Standing on the existing protocol. Hi, I'm here to present a paperwork titled A Comparative Study of Sarema and Sapima Models, an Application to Solar Radiation, authored by Udon and Professor O.I. Shitu from Department of Statistics, University of Ibadan. I will be guided with the following outline. Introduction. Autoregressive fractional integrated moving average is a fractional processing technique. An abbreviation to it is AFIMA. This model is generalized from the integer model, ARIMA and AMA, which are proposed by Buckhead. They are model proposed. Before you model the time series data, you need to consider the type of data you have at hand. We have the environmental data, economic data, and so on. This data would determine the kind of model you have to follow. We have like environmental data. Environmental data usually process seasonal vegetation. So Sarima and Sapima model can go for it. This type of data, time series data, some are stationary, some are not. Before you can identify this dynamic property, you need to carry out an autocorrelation plot. If your autocorrelation plot declares linearly to 0, it shows that the series require difference for you to achieve stationarity. The one that decay exponentially to 0, it shows that the series is stationary at level. But there are some series data that decay very slowly to 0. This data indicates that there is a long memory in the series. Next slide. Statement of problem. The problem associated to solar radiation is that in some location in the country, measuring solar radiation data is not vital due to non-availability of equipment or non-functioning of this equipment. Solar radiation data is scarce because the equipment is costly, and their maintenance is very expensive. And overexposure of lives to solar radiation is dangerous. Despite all these challenges, we need to model solar radiation data for environmental planning and to avoid negative impact to humanity and ecosystem. Next slide. Aim and objective. The aim of this work is for us to analyze the monthly solar radiation data from Uyo, Port Harcourt, Ibadan, and Sokoto. Their objective is for us to investigate the stationarity, estimate the appropriate model for the solar radiation, estimate the data, and then make forecast for the future value of solar radiation. We carry out some literature review. In our literature review, we checked USI 2020, and this literature review, from this literature review, we discovered that some people are not, they use the model, but they are not using it to model solar radiation data. Next slide. Methodology, go to methodology. The model for this work are Sarima and Safima model. This model are models that has ability to model data that have seasonal variation. Like Sarima, we have the model expression in equation 1. We have the what all these symbols, what they are, the meaning. We identify it here. Go to the next slide. For Safima models, we have this expression, and what I noticed that in the two expressions they have the same expression. Now the difference is, what are the difference between Sarima model and Safima model? In Sarima model, we make use of integer differences, like integer value is what we use as differential parameter. But in Safima model is actually carried out by fractional value. Like Sarima, if the differential parameter is 0, it shows that the series is stationary at level. If it takes anything like 1 and so on, it shows that that's the differential parameter, that you are actually differencing the parameter. But for Safima, the value we have, go to the next slide. We have, when it is, because this model have two differential parameters, we have the non-differential and the non-stationary parameter and the stationary parameter. That's why we have D, small d, and capital T. When this two is falling between 0 to 0, it shows that the series is actually intermediate. When it falls between 0 to 0.5, it shows that it's long, it has long memory that is stationary. But when it is above 0.05, it shows that the series is not stationary at level. Next one. Data analysis. We use data from Uyo for 32 years, Port Harcourt, Ibadan, and Sokoto for 5 years to analyze this data. We have our time plots here. From the first one that indicates Uyo data in possess, there is an outlier to the stationary variation in all the time plots.
So if I want to, tell me how to put in my own work. So how do I?
Which indicates which month has the highest rate of solar radiation and which month with the lowest rate of solar radiation occur. From here, we can see that in February, we have the highest rate of solar radiation, while July record the lowest rate. August, we record the lowest rate of solar radiation. For Port Harcourt, we have the highest rate in March, while July is record the lowest rate. For Ibadan, we have the highest rate in March 2 and the lowest in August. But for Sokoto, we have the highest rate too in March and the lowest in August. Next one. This is the time plot. From the time plot, we have there is a correlation at every 12 months, which unifies the monthly seasonality. And from this plot, we see after the strong correlation plot, there is a decay. It shows that there is a seasonal low memory in the series. Next one. This is test for fractional and unitary test. We use augmented decoupler test and KPSS to test for the data. For augmented decoupler test, we use to test for the seasonality, which involves in data that we use integer to differentiate. From the results, we discover that in Uyo, the p-value is greater than 0.05 because we judge this model based on their p-value. P-value is greater than 0.05 and then indicate that the series is non-stationary. Port Harcourt is less than 0.05, showing that the series is stationary at level. Ibadan is greater than 0.05, while Sokoto is less than 0.05. In a result, it shows that Uyo and Ibadan, they are non-stationary. But using KPS test to test for fractional differences, we see that we use the critical value to judge the model. From it, we see that 0.119 shows that this series is less than the critical value. It shows that the series is non-stationary, but at 0.05, some of them are greater than 0.01 at critical value are greater than. So the test statistic at 10% shows that this series is neither stationary or stationary. And for Port Harcourt, Ibadan, and Sokoto, they are all stationary at level. The next slide. Applying a semi-parametric method, that's GPH. It shows this actually is a semi-parametric method to identify the order of differencing. This, from the results we have we have the D value to be 0.627, which shows that the series is non-stationary. But for Port Harcourt, it's less than 0.05, which is minus 0.48 or something, which shows that the series is intermediate. Ibadan shows that it is intermediate, and Sokoto shows that the series has a long memory because it's falls between 0 to 0.05. The next one. This is the seasonal fractional difference. From the plot, we can see that this series decays slowly to 0, which actually confirms that the series possesses seasonal fractional difference. Construction of the model. We test for several models. We judge the model based on the archaic information criteria. We pick the one that has the lowest value, which we have the following model to be the best model for solar radiation. Next one. These are the parameter estimation. Conclusion. In this work, the study of solar radiation data in the 4 metropolis using Sarima and Safila models, we can conclude that the model used fit the data well. On examining this model based on the archaic information criteria, these two models, we can conclude that Safila model has a better predictive ability of solar radiation in the 4 locations. In forecasting ability, from the forecast model accuracy, that's the mean square error, root mean square error, we can conclude that in Uyo, Port Harcourt, and in Sokoto, that Sarima model outperforms Sarima model. But why in Ibadan that Sarima model outperforms Sarima model in predictive ability and forecast ability? These are my references. Thanks for listening.
Let's clap for her very well.
Thank you. It's time for questions, comments. I'm sure you are speaking in time since. So I will expect questions from no, yeah, okay, you listen to her. Okay, do we have any comments from anyone? Dr. Lufarabo, you are also. So, any comments? You want to make comments? Okay, good. Okay, only one. Then we take any other comments online.
Okura from Department of Statistics here. Honestly, I must commend you. You see, that's why stature does not tell you that you now look at the person. You know, when she was coming up, you look at the stature and say, ah, this is what the box, even though of small stature, but she's loaded. You have done marvelously well. Thank you.
That's what I said. Please, this is an academic environment. It's not about stature. It's not about gender. It's not about color. It's about delivery. Okay, so please let's note that. So if a small person comes here, it doesn't matter. With due respect, I like the comment of that my brother there. Do you understand? You know, I just reminded me some of the comments that I see in our seminars. You know, and it was a good one. Of course, that presenter came from UI. You wouldn't have been allowed to graduate if you had not done good review of literature. Do you understand what I'm saying? So that's why I didn't want to talk about that. So that's commendable. So please, it is question time. Question time or comments. I don't know why people online are passing. Okay, maybe I think I have. Sorry, it appears that I muted all of them when that noise was coming in. So please, if you are online, you can unmute yourself now to ask questions if you have any, so that you are not disenfranchised. But there is no hand raised online. I'm going to ask you a question because I'm not in time. My general observation, that's good. I want to say that I'm encouraged and happy that participants they are speaking out. They are telling us exactly what they have done, and they are doing fantastically well. Okay, no matter what we have done, visited one of our participants. Just let people hear you. Okay? Something you thought is not really fantastic. That will be a fantastic result. Okay? When you look at it and review the comments, then you move on by the way. What was the one that presented and I group? You've seen that. Okay. Not the presented not to have leadership, but it was very rich. I love to put for that direction. Very direct. Don't have it to move on. Okay? So the only thing is that don't be timid. Don't have the conflict that you not do answer yourself as a what you are represented. No. Whatever you have come forward to encourage you. That is one of the mandate of PSSN to encourage upon we also started with some. Okay? So I will take that students who are not
to NNS. That's to when to refer to so from there they use confidence in them as an academic. So now you tell the master, no, you don't take all of it. You are already listen. So that's the kind of thing that we are doing. So I encourage you as an academic. No one is saying that you are a big woman. Don't mind me. You are a big woman. This can lead to a big act of the for that wonderful presentation. Please, very important, all comments raised on this platform, please note them and effect them in your papers before you send it across to be published in the edited proceedings. It is very, very important. Well, I'd like to invite the next presenter, and that is Ilo H.O. Okay, please let's celebrate it. Let's give him a big hand. Thanks for that. We're going to be hearing a lot of people picking. That's how we introduce that person. Please switch it on. Just slide it forward, up. Okay.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon. I am studying the City Protocol. My name is Ilo Anet Shulani. I'm here to present a paper on index number of selected foodstuff in the states. My outline, introduction, statement of problem, ethics, methodology, results, and conclusion. Next slide, please. The most essential and important need of living is food, which provide good health, development, growth, and other things. The foodstuff is a produce of agriculture, which is the oldest and one of the biggest employee of labor in the world, especially in Africa, African countries. Agriculture contributes a very large proportion of the continent's economy in several ways. It is very vital to study the rate of change of price of selected foodstuffs that are common and essential for all family and life in the state Nigeria. Next slide. Statement of the problem. In Nigeria, an increase in population has been more rapid, which affects the population negatively. It is shown that the commodity price in the state, Nigeria, based on the available data, has increased in average rate of 25%, while the way people consume it or the way they are consuming the commodity has increased at a bit higher rate of 35% on average, probably due to increment in population over the year. Next slide. Aims of the study. The research article is aimed at studying the changes in price of some selected foodstuffs in the states, Nigeria, for the period between 2017 and 2021. This data was collected from the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics method. Simple aggregate index. The sum of price of the number of items for a given year is divided by the sum of the price of the same item for the base year. The simple average of the price rating is an improvement over the simple aggregate index. Please, next slide. Price index. Given an item for which a price index is required, let PID be the price of the given commodity in the base year in paid item. The price of
purchase commodity in any year and using the weight WJ for the item, we have price index is equal to what? Summation J is equal to I to N 100 times 100 P subscript NG over P subscript J divided by summation J to I to N PJ WJ. So the quantity relative index. The quantity relative index for 2 periods is the ratio expressed as a percentage. Simple aggregate quantity index number. This commodity combined with a simple summary figure in the given period to the quantity of the same several commodity in the base period. Next slide, please. Partial index number. This involves the price of present / current year basket of goods rather than the price of base year basket of goods. And the last bias index number, the last bias index formula or base year method can be seen as saying how much more or less expensive it has become to live on the same quantity of goods, usually referred to as market of goods. Next slide, please. And we have last bias quantity index, Fisher index, Fisher ideal index number, and Marshall-Edgeworth index number. Next slide, please. So move on to this analysis. Let us look at these notations. N stands for the number of items which is assumed constant and equal. P subscript N is equal to the price of item at the current year, 2018 to 2021. P naught is equal to the price of item at the base year 2017. Q subscript N is equal to the quantity of goods sold at the current year 2028 to 2021. Q subscript N is equal to the quantity of goods sold at base year 2017. Sigma stands for the word sign of summation. Then table 1 stands for the description of data presentation 2017 to 2021. As you can see there, P1 stands for 2028, P2 2019, and so on and so forth like that. If you look at these, the quantity of price increased from 2018 to 2021. Why the quantity is fluctuating? Please, just like this. So this is the graph of the variables. The variables are waste, their revenue, and rest. So commodity over the year, between that year, you can see it on the slide. So it's fluctuating. The next slide, please. So that's the commodity. That is the description of commodity quantities. The description of quantity, you can see that it is fluctuating. The next one, this is SPR and SPR. So the next one, this is the table for it, is the next slide, please. It shows from the main that the price of the 8 food item, maize, garri, rice, beans, palm oil, onion, bulb, tomato, and yam tobacco increased from 2017 to 2021, while its quantity fluctuated from 2017 to 2021. The P naught and Q naught, PN and QM possess price genius value, which shows that the 2017 to 2021 prices and 2017 to 2021 quantity were very high, except the quantity price in 2020, which possessed absolute normal limits. Kurtosis value of the price and quantities of the days occurring here are lesser than 3, which shows that anecdotic in nature of the data, but the 2021 price are more than 3, which despite the high price of that year. Next slide, please. This is table 3. Table 3. Indices of SPR and SPR. Next slide, please. And the summary of simple average index and simple average index. That is it. It shows that the simple average of the price and quantity index ignore the difference in the relative importance of the commodity under consideration with the ratio 1 to 1.22 and 1.33 respectively over the years. Also, the index measure of the change in price and the quantity of individual item over the year increases with the ratio 1 to 1.26 and decreases with the ratio 1 to 1.33 between 2017 and 2021. Next slide, please. This is weighted index number and the last buyer method index. This table also shows that we want to examine more based on what we have been analyzed from the above. Next slide, please. That is the Marshall Edward price and the quantity index. We have on the year 2017 to 2021 and Fisher ID price and quantity index for the year 2021. So next slide. So the summary of weight and unweighted index number. This aspect will give the summary. This aspect will give the summary of the weighted index method applied and its implement from 2017 to 2021. So these are the analysis. Next slide, please. Next slide. Results and conclusion. It shows from the mean that the price of food item, there is increment of this from 2027 to 2021. While it fluctuates from 2017 to 2021, the simple aggregate of price continues is not the difference in the relative importance of the commodity under the condition with ratio 1 to 1 and ratio 1 to 33 respectively over the year. The analysis of the simple average relative index, simple aggregate index, last buyer index, partial index, Marshall Edward index, and Fisher index, it was established that the increase in price of the selected food item was expected to be 19%, 20%, 20%, 20%, 5%, while the increase in consumptions of quantities, consumption of the selected food item was estimated to be 8%, 13%, 20%, 5%, 34%, and 80% respectively. Considering the analysis done for this past 5 years, 2017 and 2021, it showed that the commodity of rice for the state Nigeria based on the available data has increased at the average of 25%, while the way people consume it or the way they are consuming the commodity has increased at a bit higher rate of 35% on the average probability on average, probably due to increment in population over the year. Next slide. These are the references. Next slide. Next slide. Thanks for listening.
Please let's pick up next letter. Please, do we have comments? Contribution 1. You know, all of us will like food. I know that contribution. Question 1, 2, 3. Then I'll be 4. Okay. You want to ask question? Fine. Then we'll carry along those online.
Can we protocol? Your questions, you didn't know about them. Instead of you giving us your like the price index is equal to submission based that you don't do that for presentation to save time. If you have a number, then you just say price index is given to question 1 and you move forward. You understand me? So when you go back to number your equation, even when you are sending the paper out, you want the equation to be number. But your analysis will be referring to the number. Secondly, your methodology was not well pronounced. This is your methodology. You are just showing us equation, then just move to your result and analysis. If I may ask, what methodology do you use? For these statistics, what methodology, what are you doing? What is your methodology? You understand?
Every input is going to help you more. Don't worry. We are just starting to baptize
you. Thank you for your presentation. Please, I want to know the components of a paper. How many parts of a paper do this have? The basic components of a paper writing in this year. From there, I will ask another one. Next question. Answer first. You are learning. Like the first one, I saw your abstract. And move down until get to conclusion. Abstract, production, and there are so many things that I didn't see, maybe I couldn't, but one of them is whether literature review is there. Literature review? Yes. Do you have literature review in your work?
It's there, sir, but it's not.
Where is it? Let me see. Quote one person.
It's not in the slides.
Wow.
Okay, look at it now. It's there. Kema 2012. Then Adebayo et 2018. These are which one that I put it. Okay, but it's the main paper.
In this your work, what method do you use? The method you use.
So we notice. So you have to tell us today. Tell us.
Yeah, good afternoon. Let me first say that I know the topic because it affects the economic units, household, firm, and government. And I would also like to say about your presentation, you don't need your slide, you stick to your slide. And by doing that, you should be able to engage your audience. You don't just back your audience and look at the slide. It bores them your presentation. That's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Well, I would like to appreciate the presenter because in the course of your presentation, you reminded me of this aspect of statistics. And I started racking my brains, recalling the concept of index number. Before I ask you anything, what is the base year in this presentation that you have made?
2017.
Thank you.
2017. 2017.
The same thing. Thank you. That's one. Two, I know you agree with me that in index number analysis, All those methods, they are ordered. Simple aggregate, last pay method. So you have to start ideal price index before you actually calculate what. I hope you know that. What is the essence of that ideal price index? What is the essence?
Essence of what?
Precise ideal price index.
We just want to wait the price and
Okay. Wait. Weighted price index by last year, by the purchase. But they have different values. Do you agree with me? So for you to strike the balance, then you make it of what this ideal price index. Because you go further to marginal entry.
Just like my friend just mentioned, okay, he reminded all of us, Professor Shitu taught me this course in UI. He likes social and economic statistics so much. I mean, if you listen to what is actually happening now, official statistics is dying in Nigeria. So these areas are very important. But you see, and I speak through Professor Shitu too, because I'm saying this so that all of us can learn. All right? It looks very simple. What you have mentioned here, myself, Professor Shitu, and one other colleague, Professor Chukwu Angela, we have developed a 185 million proposal around it to package it for your state in line with development or creation of what we call a statistical bulletin to attract foreign direct investment and also to package some OIS or something application called the Industrial Information System. Okay, it's still in the pipeline, we are still working, hoping that will be adopted. Okay, because the presentation style, just like my friend mentioned, is what is as simplifying what you have said here today. If you start your presentation by saying, of what importance will it be? What will be the market value for somebody who lives in the UK and is interested, okay, in importing yam flour to the UK? That person is confronted with two things. One, he wants volume and he wants reduced price. So it's targeting where it's possible for him to get the volume that he needs to export at what? Reduced price. That person will rely on estimates like this. FBA, what do we call them now? It's not FOS. FBS conducts this survey almost every quarter.
All right. Extra teaching.
Online person, please hold on for us. So it's better to look at the current thing that is happening. In statistics, you are interested in, like I said, you have mentioned the baby. Okay, but after that 2017, a lot of things have happened. How sensitive are these indices to some of the shocks that we have experienced? That would be worthwhile to look into. Do you understand? And please, like I also advise the other colleague, you can say to velocity. He has a textbook on that in that area, and it can also be informative. Let's see who is online for questions. Somebody spoke online. Please. If you have anyone online to ask questions, you can go ahead now. Okay, since the person is simply just his microphone, please let's put our eyes together. Please let's note that after the last presentation, we are going to go back into our respective break room parallel sessions with the normal classification group A to group 1, group B to group 2, and group C to group 3. The chairman of those sessions will be meeting at that platform for us to take on some of our presentation for today.
So the last presenter for today. The last in-person presenter for today will be taken now. Is this not your... It is. We'll send it here. So sorry, Austin, 829 before you. Okay, let's go to it.
Start existing protocol. My name is Augustine Chinedu Oban. My presentation or paperwork is volatility modeling of cryptocurrency. And the authors are myself, Augustine Chinedu Oban, and author Prof. Shitu. So here are my outlines that will guide me in this presentation. Introduction. The world is a global village. In this contemporary society that we live in, good innovations, ideas, brilliant ideas are welcome in the society. This will help you to also know that in this society that things are being advanced, there is need to implement what has been called innovations. Cryptocurrency is a new type of currency or decentralized digital currency, which makes use of what? Computer techniques. All these things just in order not to, pass through intermediaries. And what are these intermediaries? A bank. So this cryptocurrency I'm going to talk about, it also helps you to know being digital. It means it can be what? It can be transferred to part of the world in seconds without the use of bank as the middle party. And how is this thing being done? It is being done unlike the fiat currency that we know in Ireland or any other currency like euro or pound. This cryptocurrency being decentralized, it means that you are the one in charge of the currency. So what the fiat currency can do, this cryptocurrency can also do it even more better. Cryptocurrency market is a growing erratic market, which the first, or we call it the what, whose prevailing element is Bitcoin. Next slide. The digital review, of course, a lot of good authors have really talked about cryptocurrency. Most of them ventured into what? Bitcoin. And what are the titles? The title of one of them is what? The inefficacy of what? Bitcoin revisited. Now, what are the contributions? What do they try to solve? They were able to, contribute, or they contributed, use what? Hodged exponent model to analyze what? Time varying volatility. Because this cryptocurrency we talk about is high volatile. So another person in 2017 also worked on volatility of Bitcoin, its price. Okay, so this review, there are a lot of people that have talked about it, but the problem I'm trying to solve, I will show you. Next slide, please. Statement of Bitcoin has attracted so many researchers. A lot of them, like traders, investors, since its emergence. In 2019, that was when Satoshi Nakamoto presented a paper and it was accepted. So his paper was accepted and Bitcoin started $2009 in quest to fit an appropriate model to this highly volatile data, including of cryptocurrency, because cryptocurrency is not about trading. You trade, okay? So there is always buy and sell. It's just like normal fiat currency we make use of every day. So many researchers have fitted variants of that model to Bitcoin and other alternative coins. However, shit coins and meme coins as new emerging coins, okay, they have received little or no attention in the literature review. On this basis, this research will provide an appropriate dash models for shit coins and meme coins. Next slide, please. Aim and objective. Now, what's the aim? The aim of this study is to investigate the dynamics of volatility return of selected cryptocurrencies. So in this paper work, I was able to pick 4 cryptocurrencies. There are a lot of them. So I did it random selection, not in no particular order. Okay. So these selected cryptocurrencies, they are Ubititi, Wave, Shiba Inu, and Dogecoin. Now, how do I intend to achieve this? The set objectives are 1, to investigate the trend and the variety of the set of cryptocurrencies under study. 2, to model the kind, type, nature of volatility in cryptocurrency over time using variant of that. 3 is what? To identify the best model to evaluate the return on investment of cryptocurrencies. To determine the best model underlying each series, irrespective of the dash variant, error innovations, what? Under model determination 2. And lastly, but not the least, to evaluate the focus performance of the best models or the variant of dash methodology. The statistical method that I used in this cryptocurrency, in this paper work, is the dash model. The underlying component is that 1, the distribution of error distribution. 2 is that the mean equation and variance equation. The 3rd one is the best model underlying each series, irrespective of the dash variance and error innovation model using what? Ordered tool. Next slide. Now, this is the GASH model. The GASH model is an acronym for what? Generalized autoregressive conditional intersectionality model. And it is what it's dated back in what? 1982. Okay? To Ingo. It is built on the assumption of the what? Conditional variance should be conditional upon values taking previous errors. So you see in the equation 1, what the equation means, and also in the equation 2, it is also the express using what the error term. This is the next slide. This is another one. Equation 3 explains what we're talking about using the large conditional variance. Next, the exponential gaps. This is part of the tools I use in the method. Okay. Now, it also tells you that in this exponential dash, that you don't asymmetric. Okay, so in this 5, it has been broken down here. We have error innovations, and I made this of 3, where we have the normal error distribution, the studency, and also the generalized error distribution. Next slide, please. The threshold. The equation 6 tells you, explains the specification. The component or the values, the parameters we use in this particular model. Asymmetric model. This is also in equation 7. This next. Now, the integrated dash model. The alpha and the sum of the alpha and the beta must give you 1. This is to tell you that this integrated dash model, it was because of the presence of approximate unit roots in conditional variance. That is why Bolislev and also Ingo, they came up with this in 1986 and called it integrated dash model. So the alpha, the sum of the alpha and the beta gives you 1. You can see that in equation 8. Now, source of data. This data
I got it from Coin Market App 2020. This data is what was gotten for closing prices of these selected cryptocurrencies. Okay. Now, these are the selected cryptocurrencies where we have the explorative data sets, the analysis. Now, these first two from the left and the right, they are the time plot of the data. Now, these last two, left and the right, are the what? The log return transformation. Test of stationarity. I made use of the augmented interval test and also partial autocorrelation function. From the p-value, we discovered that 0.01 is greater than 0.05, so it's not stationary. Another one is descriptive statistics, where we have the quartile, the first quartile, and the third quartile, and the observation I made use of was 335 observations. Next. Now, due to the voluminous of the work, I was able to just pick a little of this. Now, let me explain. This upper dash 11, I made use of 5 models I've explained. Upper dash, S dash, T dash, I dash, and E dash. Now, I tried to take this. This upper dash 11 tells you that using the information criterion, the AIC and BF, we will discover that the minimum of the AIC and BF, that's what I use. So in this particular place, there are a lot of them whereby we have the 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 1, and 2, 2. So if you discover now this AIC and BIC, they are the lowest 3 out of the 5. I use this model to test it. Okay, so in this particular place, we discover that the error innovation there is to the T distribution. This next. Now, this dash model parameter estimation for T dash for win. So in one selected cryptocurrency, I made use of 5 models. So due to the voluminous of it, I couldn't put all of them in this line. So in this particular one, we discovered that in T dash, we took what the minimum AIC and BICs, and that is what you are seeing here. So these are the lowest 3 out of the 5. This next. Performance measure. Now, in this selected cryptocurrency, the win, Sibaino, and Dogecoin, and also BTC, each of them, each table signifies title 1, table 7 tells us that in this MSE, mean square error, you take what the lowest mean square error of each of them. Okay, so if you observe in S-11, remember we have S-11, 1, 2, 2, 1, and 2, 2. So in this particular S-11, I made use of the minimum out of the order of S-dash that we have, irrespective of the error innovation. So you can see we have S-11 student T and also E-11 with student T and the rest. So the same thing comes to what the win. How do they perform? That is what the performance measure. So all of them here tells us that how we can deduce our conclusion from this is that we will take all of them, all these S-dash, E-dash, the dash models. We will show them out of all these things. In win or in BTC, which one is the lowest? So next one, please. Conclusion. Findings have shown to us that having estimated 240 models in this study included what dash, upper dash, E dash, T dash, and what I dash. Having a set of this B to 1 and Q to 1 or 2 with different underlying innovations, we can able to deduce from that previous table that the best model for this type of innovation are here. The BTT, the best model that fits it is for E-11 with GED innovation. And down to what Dodge, we discovered that E-21 also best fits. So this is just to tell you that we use the 240 models. And after the 240 model, we're able to pick one that has the minimum
square area. So after everything, these are conclusion and these are reference. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. It's time for comments, questions. 1, 2. We'll take Prof first.
I want to thank the presenter for this presentation. My question is, we've been talking about cryptocurrency. Or what? Cryptocurrency. You have one in your pocket. You see, I don't understand some of these concepts people are trying to bring around. And my question would be to ask you, what is the advantage of the cryptocurrency over our physical currency that we have? We have Nigerian naira, we have American dollar, UK pound, but much noise is being made about this type of currencies here and there, which are not, I don't know whether it is physical somewhere. Which country is spending that money now currently?
All right, Prof. I will take your question one after the other. First of all, you asked what is the advantage of this cryptocurrency. Now, I can categorically tell you that the advantage of this cryptocurrency, they are numerous. First, that due to the advanced nature of the world is advanced. So yes, there is need for a fast transaction. And this fast transaction that doesn't mean that the fiat currency that we use today are not fast. But this cryptocurrency is a decentralized digital currency. It makes you are in a position to take care of your money. You don't need the bank in this particular case. Now, another advantage is that Bitcoin or any cryptocurrency, you can transfer it in a matter of seconds without no hitches, without no your transaction bit hanging, unlike fiat currency that someone will send money, if there's no network, it doesn't go. Okay, so it bridges the gap of low network in the fiat currency. And countries that have legalized cryptocurrencies, El Salvador legalized last year. So it is now a medium, or it's not a legal medium of tender to buy goods and also for exchange of goods and services. So there are countries like Russia. Russia is in the mission to legalize it as well. And what is this going to make in the economy? It's going to make the economy good. Because once we know the essence of cryptocurrency, and you know that this you can use this cryptocurrency to boost the economy. But that's not my topic. So my topic here is volatility of this volatility model of cryptocurrency. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you. We will take Dr. Okokoji later after this question.
Thank you for the presentation. You have 4 models that you say they are very wonderful to forecast volatility in cryptocurrency. Your models, they 4, okay, 5. Now, my question is, can any of these models show us that, okay, the way, look at the crash and the way the Bitcoin is going? Can any of them predict and show us that, okay, at such and such a time, this is what will be happening in cryptocurrency trading? You understand my question? So that now we can advise traders, investors that, oh, you can buy now, or those that have even bought, don't bother yourself. At such a time, everything will appreciate, or you better go and take whatever is there because everything will go down the drain. Can any of those models tell us that this should be the performance of the cryptocurrencies in the near future?
Okay, thank you. Okay, the method that will handle that, but not giving you a full prediction about the future, is the e-cash. Now, I'll give you an example. Elon Musk is the most influential in the world. And Elon Musk has Bitcoin. He also has Ethereum, and he also has Bitcoin. Now, when Elon Musk makes a tweet on his page on Twitter, because he has a lot of followers, you know, the tweet can happen in two ways to the market. A tweet is positive to the market or negative to the market. For instance, there was a time he said Tesla, because he's the owner of Tesla too. Tesla will continue to make use of Bitcoin. Not to buy car of Tesla, they can use Bitcoin to purchase instead of fiat currency. So a lot of that's a positive news. So e-cash took care of that. Okay, e-cash took care of that because it spiked positively. So there was a trend, a high trend, going because Bitcoin becomes hot cake. Started buying because it has been used as a middle of this thing. Now, another side of the story. He said during that lockdown, COVID-19 2020, he said Tesla will stop accepting Bitcoin. Of course, it's a negative influence on the cryptocurrency. So Bitcoin went down within seconds. So this is to tell you that there's no particular or best model that will tell you what Elon Musk will post next. Because I use him as an instance because he's the most influential when it talks about cryptocurrency in the world. Okay, so but e-cash handles it. Whenever you hear that news, e-cash can be able to tell you that this news can give you hope. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take Dr. Okonkwo Chidi. But while he's preparing to ask you that question, I think you should be taken alongside attributes that can actually inform those negative and positive spikes. You can call them attributes, okay, and group a number of factors under them as attributes that can either determine the flow of market. Dr. Chidi, please.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Thank you for the beautiful presentation. It's an interesting one. There are two issues I want to raise. Number one is I'd like to know the software you used for your analysis. Then second, you said you used about 240 different models, but I saw about 5 variants of 5 GAC variants. How do we able to generate the 240 models from those 5 GAC model variants rather? Thank you.
All right, the first question you asked, I made it to the sub package for the analysis. The package of that gives the attributes of the GAC model. So the second one you asked. Now, this is how what it came about. I said 5. The S-dash, the T-dash, the dash, the I-dash, and the E-dash. Now, I made it of the other dissemination tools where we have the P to order 1, 2, the Q to order 1, 2. And not only that, I also made use of the error innovations, where we have the normal error distribution, where we have the student-t distribution, and where we have the general error distribution. If you check in BTT now, BTT, I will have to apply that 5 models, the S-dash, including their P1, P2, their Q1, Q2, and I'll apply it. And inside that P1, P2, I also made use of these 3 error distributions I made use of. I just explained. So this is to tell you that in one we have 60. In one connected cryptocurrency we have 60
in all. So that's 60 times it by 4, that is 240.
Chidi, are you comfortable with that?
Okay, thank you very much. I think it's clear.
All right, thank you.
Do we have any other question online? In the absence of no other questions, thank you, thank you. I will take the last presenter after we move into the parallel session, group parallel session. Yes, you have 15 minutes for your presentation. At the time's up.
Good evening, Prof. Good evening, everyone. In line with the theme of our conference this year, we have looked at the possibility of just applying statistics so that all these models that we are battling with, we will relax a bit. That's why we're coming up with analysis of variance of the number of reported cases of COVID-19 in the 6 geopolitical zones. I'll be presenting this paper on the following outlines. We'll look at the introduction, statement of problem, and all that today. The next. You see, the problem that COVID brought, in fact, Prof just told us that we are still counting. And our guy was here yesterday, the rector. He told us that businesses, families, individuals, even the lives, everyone is affected. And so it's a very good thing that we have chosen to look at the impact of COVID even after it is abated in Nigeria. We have the data from NCDC. Next. Now, COVID is currently an international hazard. Analysis of the spread of COVID is an analytical, real-world problem because I said so many things have happened. In fact, some have taken it to the extreme. Just like we have a normal distribution that some will take the extreme side. Some have committed suicide, some have died mysteriously because of the impact of COVID. Our methodology. We are using secondary data that we collected from NCDC website. We use the PSSN version 20 for the data analysis, and then the statistical tool is the analysis of variance. Though we also used the correlation to look at the impact of the number of cases with the number of deaths. We have the geopolitical zones, the north central, northeast, northwest, southeast, south-south, and the southwest. All this down. So we have the results from the analysis of variance for the means in between the geopolitical zones. We have 6 of them that informed our use analysis of variance. We can see that the peak value is less than 0.05, and that shows there's a significant difference among the means in this geopolitical zone. Next. And so we have seen that the calculated value 11.32, the p-value is less than 0.05. Next. Now, we also looked at, I don't know why the Southwest is disappearing, because it has the highest number of the infected. It also has the highest number of the number of deaths. Next. You see that the Southwest was cut off, but that's the result, because in the Southwest geopolitical zone, there are more number of infected cases, and then no number of deaths as well. We also did the metrics correlations, where we correlated the number of
infected cases with the number of deaths, and they discovered that there was a very high positive correlation between the number of infected cases and the number of deaths. And that tells us the reason, because of course in the Southwest, Lagos in particular and some other states, we can see that the more number of infected cases we had, the more number of deaths were also recorded. In conclusion, we see that we were not able to discover any statistical significance among the number of cases in the geopolitical zones. What that tells us is that irrespective of the geopolitical zone, whether it is southeast or northeast or whichever of the 6 geopolitical zones, the infection does not know that we are coming from such a zone. But we saw that we have more infections in the Southwest and more people also died in the Southwest. And that tells us that there is a significant statistical relationship between the total cases confirmed and then the total number of deaths in the zones, looking at the number infected and the number that died. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I believe we should generate a lot of questions.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Parafu. Well, let me begin by saying that statistics is a science. And being a science, there's a laid down procedure in whatever you do. There are basic assumptions that you must have to look at in any method you want to adopt. So once those basic assumptions are not satisfied, you don't even bother yourself trying to use your method. So one basic assumption of analysis of variance is what? The data must be continuous. Is it not? And then all other was followed. And it is because the test statistic you are going to use assumes normality. You know, the ratio of 2 mean squares, which follows F distribution, you derive F from normal distribution. So because the test statistic that you are going to use is not going to be satisfied, you cannot use analysis of variance analyzing the data. So principally, I would suggest that maybe you could think of some other ways of analyzing this data. Thank you.
See, Prof is simply telling you that you are misinforming the statistical community. But don't let us conclude.
Let me rest on the submission of Professor Guo. Exactly as spoken about. And he has advised that you think of alternative analysis. I want to suggest you have the data, and I'm glad your data, your title agrees with the theme of this conference. I don't want you to do away with it, but I want to suggest try post-awareness.
Post-awareness parametric way of managing, but because the challenge that I have is that even with post-awareness, you might even run the problem because the data we always but there is a way forward. Go back and obtain the case fatality rate. That will give you some form of continuous data. Then you can put them, maybe obtain the mean across the region. It's like they are bringing means of means into the geopolitical zone. With that, you can look at that. But the question is, how does it happen after a significant geopolitical zone? What happens?
What we normally do is to run a post-hoc to know where the difference lies. That's it's in the main work as well, but we base reframe that. There's need for the post-hoc to know and show us where the differences are, if it is significant. And we have used, there are so many methods, in this square difference, and so many of them.
Mr. Kaja, I want to ask, what is your responsibility? Your responsibility. I'm Sakata. Really grateful.
Okay, load that TV.
We, in this case, we will know because we are not dealing with dependent preparation, independent, but we can look at number of reported cases. That's the infections as Prof advised to use analysis of the disease to use continuous data. If we are able to go back to the hospital and let them carry out some tests, whereby maybe they measure something before you you can get that number of that very particular factors which is get it, then you can go ahead and but at that point, you are not going to use as a block, as if you are blocking it. You now become a block in order to reduce the variability of that something. The treatments. What do you want to use as your treatments? Blocking, that is just a block.
Well, let's take follow the trends online. Go ahead, please.
Hello, good afternoon, sir. Hello?
Go ahead.
Yeah. The underlying assumption of the test to be used by Mr. Okurafo, all the underlying assumptions are not being made.
Wait.
Can you hear me?
We are not hearing you. Your voice is not audible. Just take it cool. Ask the question. Take it cool. Ask the question gently so that we can hear you well.
Okay. I said the underlying assumptions of the test to be used by Minister Okurafo, the test to be used, the underlying assumptions are not being met by that test tool. So it means that I'm looking at it that the results might be wrong because since the underlying assumptions are not being met, I don't know. The outputs cannot be right, sir.
Yes, we have noted that here. Thank you. Do we have any other person online? Okay. No, please, as a statistician, we also ensure that we do not misinform with our results. Okay? That's why I normally tell students, especially those that are taking biometric, that see, when you fail, accept it that you fail and do the course again. Instead of somebody assisting you to pass, and later you will say a drug that is not supposed to be significant is significant. And my grandchild will now go and buy that drug that I take. Do you understand? There are consequences of our. We should check the assumption. It would be a bad idea if this work starts from checking of the assumption, compliance of the assumption of just like Prof advanced. Okay, and there are ways through which you can quickly boycott some of those things. You see, when we have data, we can transform our data. I believe you know that as a statistician. Okay, Dr. Sada already informed you on what you can do in that aspect. But a narrow escape is recomputing, just like they are using motive function inside the tidyverse in now to create another variable from an existing one. So you can create data or variable names that will support what you are looking at. And with that, you can move ahead. But you see, I still ask the question, every research work must target the problem. If, for example, you have discovered that the geopolitical zone are significant, of course we expect that they are significant because they are not of the same population. Do you understand? The northwest is supposed to be more than southwest and all that. And all. So it's just like what we do in Bawasi. Significance of the treatment effect is no longer the problem because we know, just like I have given those one, those two, those three to different subjects, and they have different measurements. From the start of the study, I know that they are not the same. So testing whether they are different is no longer the issue, but you can look at deviation from the reality and some other factors like that. It will help the work to move. In the absence of no other comments, let us put our hands together. For the in-person presenters, so far, we are proud of you guys. The confidence demonstrated is appreciated, and on behalf of PSSN, we appreciate you. We will now bring into the professor, who are the chairman of the next session, so that we can create, please, those online that are ready for presentation, if your paper is listed under group A, just go and join group 1. And if your paper is listed under group B, join group 2. If your paper is listed under group 3, group C, join group 3. The chairman of those sessions of that platform will be waiting for you here for your presentation.
Why are you laughing?
And group 3, our colleague, Dr. Ambagaya, from the chat. So, if you belong to any of this group, you dare to move to respective groups, and the chairman of this group will put the group accordingly. Login. Dr. Abubakar, are you online?
Dr. Yamakimi, I'm online.
Yeah, thank you very much. I trust you. Who is that? Yeah.
Dr. Adeboye.
No, it's Dr. Adeboye. Go to your room. You can go to your room.
Okay, you have separated to parallel lines again. Parallel section.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Let me check on that. I didn't know. Okay, I don't know we have breakout again.
No, you are there already.
Okay, I'm in room 1. I'm supposed to be in room 1.
Okay. Just go yourself to 1. Just go to room 1.
Let me join room 1.
I've moved you. Just go there. People are moving now. Please, those of us here, we can also move if you're online so that we see what is happening online. So people are moving. You can see how they are moving to their respective groups. Room 3 already has 6. That's Dr. Abubakar is not online. Dr. Garba, are you speaking with them? Your group? You're speaking with them already. Huh? Dr. Alu could take over. Are they coming in there? We should have 6 already. 6 are there. Are you all right? No. Let me log in.
So
Abstract discuss thanks to this later. Some of them have forgotten some of
abstract was captured on the paper.
when are you supposed to present?
My name was not I say
I don't worry, you can see you sent What's the name of this? Let me check. Which one is your name? You should be in now. Check. But which one is your name? Chidioke, which name? Oyeka what? Can you see your name in any of this?
Yeah.
Let me do something.
Hello. Hello.
Hold this one. I hope it's not this chicken also. Okay. I think I'm saying it. Josephine Oyeka.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I I see it. You want to go to room 3, right?
It's okay. Go any room.
Hearing what they're saying. That room. You're welcome.
Good day, sir. I can't find my own room. I want to go to room 2.
Who is that? What's your name?
This is Chukunonso, sir.
Huh?
Chukunonso, sir.
Chukunonso.
Yes, sir.
Go, want to go to room 2?
Yes, sir.
You are there.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, okay. I love it. I don't know. Last time I heard from you. Huh? Okay. I'll check.
Hello, my president. From Shitu. Good evening, sir. Hello. Hello. An ce an ga wata a Saudiya, so ina son makamin abin aski.
Okay, let's close up. Let's be back to the main room. I'm sure everyone is back to the main room. Hello, those online, I hope you are back to the main room. Okay. Sir, is there any announcement? Let's hold on for general announcements so that we know what will happen tomorrow. Thank you. Hello, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank our participants for their resilience, for their patience this morning, and for their commitment to this cause. Yes, we have our unique way of doing things, and I'm happy that our participants, our members, the part of us, the part of the process of PSSN and conducting our conferences. And this is another unique one that we're having here live at the Yaba College of Technology, Lagos, Nigeria. I want to thank everyone that has been part of this session this morning, today, the third day of the conference. Tomorrow is going to be another day. And like we have today, we started this session today around 9:15. Yes. It's supposed to start by 9 o'clock, but we have some few technical issues, which have been cleared already. So tomorrow, we are going to start by 9 o'clock without delay, so that anybody that is scheduled to have paper presentation tomorrow, we are going to make sure that they have the paper presented in parallel sessions. We have a number of our participants that are here with us for the in-person presentation. We assure you that you will have your presentation seamlessly tomorrow, not like we had it today, but try to be here as early as possible so that we can integrate you into the presentation schedule for tomorrow as well. Like I announced this today, for those that have registered and paid the registration fees, you'll be able to access your certificate immediately after the conference is over tomorrow, maybe before the midnight, because we have set that timeline. So all before the midnight tomorrow, you should be able to access your ticket to print both the membership and we have three now: membership certificate, pre-conference certificate. For those of you that register for the conference workshop, and certificate of participation for the conference. So those are the three certificates that you have access to. If you have any query, any comment, you can go on our WhatsApp page and interact with us. All contacts are directly for whatever query that we may have. Once again, I want to congratulate you for being part of today's success today. And tomorrow is going to be another one. I appreciate all our chairmen of sessions for their resilience and for their intellectual contributions to all the papers presented, and other colleagues, other friends, other participants that contributed intellectually, that contributed intellectual discourse and various current assessments. You are highly appreciated. So, like I said earlier, we are going to start by 9 o'clock, freely tomorrow morning. On behalf of the Nigerian system, on behalf of the professional system of Nigeria, I welcome you, and I want to say thank you very much. And I want to bid you good night. Thank you very much.
Arise, O compatriots, Nigeria's God.